To order. Welcome, everyone, and we ask that if you have a cell phone, if you would please put it on silent or vibrate. And with that, we will start off with our chaplain prayer. We're going to have Gary Jenkins join us this morning for our prayer, and he is the chaplain in the police department.
Good morning, everyone. Well, let us pray. Father in heaven, in the name of Jesus, your word says that blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. Father, we thank you for living in a nation where we can bow before you freely and worship you. We thank you for this day that you have made. We thank you for the San Angelo City Council meeting, and we give honor to you, Lord, and to the Honorable Mayor Brenda Gunter, to the esteemed members of the San Angelo City Council, to our city clerk, our city attorney, the city manager, and all department heads. We ask you to bless them from the crown of their heads to the soles of their feet through and through. We pray that you endow them with wisdom and knowledge and revelation to be able to carry out the business of the city with excellence as unto you. We pray for all of the residents and visitors that are here in the chamber today. We pray for our city, that this city will continue to be a city that we can be proud of and that we all can love and live peaceably together. I pray, Father, for the challenging times that come. When they do come, give us the resolve to be able to overcome and to be able to resolve every issue at hand. We pray, as Mayor Gunter has often said, we pray for rain for the city. We pray, God, that you'll continue to water us, not only with the rain, but with your blessings. All these things we ask in Jesus' name and for your name's sake. Amen and amen. God bless you.
And I think Gary forgot to say we pray for cooler weather along the way, maybe. Thank you, Gary. This morning we have three wonderful children here to help us do our pledges. So we have Jeremiah Flores, Nora Flores, and Selah Flores. Come forward, please. Did I get your name right?
Flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God,
one and indivisible.
Come over here with me. Come on. Today we have two proclamations, and the first one is for the United Way of the Concho Valley, and Robin Flores, who's the mother of the children who just did the pledges for us, is going to come forward while I read the recognition of the United Way of the Concho Valley. Hope Delivered donations to the 2019 United Way campaign provide a wealth of opportunities to children, families, and the elderly here in the Concho Valley. Children, many of them from low-income families, receive hope that they can be successful in school and life through after-school programs where they are provided tutoring and guidance. Parents receive hope that they can provide for their families and better their lives by having quality, affordable child care for their children. Battered women in our community receive hope to rebuild their lives and heal from the wounds of their past. Veterans and their families are given hope through mental health services, substance abuse treatment, and outreach during their time of crisis. Last year, your donations helped United Way of the Concho Valley deliver hope to just under 41,000 of our friends and neighbors. With your continued support, we can accomplish even more. The City of San Angelo supports the United Way. We ask that you do the same. Therefore, I, Brenda Gunter, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby recognize and applaud the United Way of the Concho Valley for its achievement and positive determination to make a difference in our community. Thank you, Robin. Would you like to speak?
I want to say thank you for your support, and we really do appreciate it. And the 19 programs that we help fund appreciate your support as well, so thank you.
The West Texas mayors of Amarillo, Lubbock, Big Spring, Abilene, Midland, Odessa, and San Angelo have proclaimed the week of August 19th, 2019 as El Paso Strong, El Paso Fuerte Week. Our city is shocked and saddened by the deaths of 22 people and injuries to many others on August 3rd, 2019 in the city of El Paso, Texas. These people were sons and daughters, mothers and fathers, sisters, brothers, husbands, wives, family and friends of people left behind in this tragedy. The multiple law enforcement agencies who responded to the situation displayed courage and prepared response skills that warrant recognition and gratitude. Every life is valuable, no matter a person's individual beliefs, ethnicity, occupation, political views, cultural choice, geographic origin, or nationality. El Paso is a city with a rich history in our state, with a strong economic and educational impact for our future, with a valued portal for international trade, tourism, and cultural development, and most importantly, it is the home to over 680,000 fellow Texans. El Paso is the largest city in our West Texas region and a valued partner in leading our West Texas region. West Texans stand together to face difficulty, including devastating heartbreak in the struggle to move forward, and face the emotional realities of searching for, quote, new normals, where life will never be the same. West Texas is our collective home, and we value the safety and security of that home for all West Texans. Therefore, I, Brenda Gunter, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of August 19th, 2019 as El Paso Strong in San Angelo, and stand behind the people and leadership of our sister West Texas City as they grieve, move forward in hope, and stand strong for a future that is safe and secure for all people. We call on all citizens to continue to carry El Paso and every person affected by this tragedy in their thoughts and prayers. Thank you. At this point on the agenda, we will open up the City Council meeting with public comment. Issues or items that are not on the regular agenda may be raised by the public at this time. Citizens should speak from the podium, begin by stating their name, and limit remarks to less than 3 minutes. Council members may request that a discussed item be placed on a future agenda. The council takes public comment on all regular agenda items during the discussion of those items. I'd like to open up the meeting with Shane. I think I saw Shane. I hope. Could you come forward and explain to the public the work that's being done on South Bryant Boulevard? There's been nothing in the paper, nothing that's covered what's going on there, and I think a lot of citizens are confused about the bridge area that's been closed off, and some of the work that's being done there.
Yes, ma'am. The TxDOT bridge there on South 8 It's where the joints come together, where the joints of the bridge come together. It's basically filled up with material that has hardened, and it started to come apart, and it started to push the pavement up. It's nothing to be concerned over. It's just one of those things that happens over time. So TxDOT, what they've done, they've got an emergency contract, and they're going to basically come in there and clean out two sides of the bridge, put it back with the expandable material that needs to be in there, and then do the other side. So that's it in a nutshell. So
Is there a time frame?
they should start work hopefully within the next 30 days. I know Lance attended the pre-con for it, so he may have better timelines than I have
Okay.
on it. So
Because 2 lanes are closed off now, right? So there's a single lane available to the public?
Yes, ma'am. I did attend that TxDOT pre-con, and they are going to be starting in the next 3 weeks with that. They will be doing one side of the bridge, moving on to the other side of the bridge. They're anticipating that it would take, I think they said, around 3 to 4 weeks, because once they have cleaned out those joints, they are going to be going back in and putting concrete and patching the deck as well, and so that'll have to cure. And so they are currently in the process of getting everybody mowed in and all that material. And I actually did see some signboard work going on yesterday when I was in that area for another project. So
No one needs to fear that that bridge is going to collapse
No,
or that
ma'am.
it's breaking apart
no,
and
ma'am,
that
not at
there's
all.
a safety issue there.
no, there isn't a safety issue at all. What has happened is over time, where those joints come together, as Shane mentioned, material has fallen into those cracks, and as it heats up, the material that has fallen in doesn't expand. And so what ends up happening is if you have something heating up and wanting to grow and there's no room for it to grow, what's happening is those the seams are actually buckling up a little bit because they can't grow out. And so the whole idea is that they're going to go through, clean all those seams out, put that compressible material back in to fill that gap with something that works, and then patch the deck. But there's no structural concern at this point. So.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do I have any further public comment? With no further public comment, we will move into the consent agenda. I will start with Billy and ask if there's anything she'd like to pull off of the consent agenda.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to pull item E.
Okay. Lane? Lucy?
Nothing to pull.
Harry? Tom? Tommy? And I'd like to pull item D. With that, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item D and item E? Any public comment? With no public comment, we will take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
With none opposed, consent agenda with the exception of D and E passes. All right, we'll start with item D. Julia, it says consider resolution adopting reasonable rules for public comment. Will you please talk about what that means?
Yes, ma'am. Julia Antley, City Clerk. In the recent legislature, House Bill 2840 was passed, and that adopted specific public comment rules that are effective to everyone. A lot of these rules we were already following, but we wanted to adopt something formally, so let me tell you what we'll be doing. Citizens can now make public comment either on an item that will be placed on the agenda. They can either do that when the meeting opens, when you call for public comment like we just did, or they can wait until the item is called. So that's a big change. A lot of cities only took public comment on items where it was required. Our city council has had a history of taking public comment on all items, so that won't be a big change for us, but for some cities that is pretty major. We've also added that citizens should introduce themselves not only by name, but also either by address or by their SMD number so we know who the comment is addressed to. And also that will identify whether or not someone is actually a resident of the city or if they're somebody from the county. So it'll just kind of be a little more pointed on who the comments might be directed to and who they could work with in the future. And then if someone is speaking as a proponent, as an applicant, or as an appellant of a case that's being heard maybe by planning, those folks would be given 5 minutes to speak as opposed to our general 3 minutes. The 3 minutes will stay for any other type of public comment, but for someone who's actually vested in a case, they'll have 5 minutes. And one of the key changes to this is that our time, we haven't had this issue that I'm aware of, but for cities where a interpreter is required, their time limit is specified, doesn't count against the interpreter. So that person would be given at least double time so that there's time for both languages. And then the public commenters can speak to the council only once on each item unless somebody on the dais would ask for them to provide maybe a rebuttal or more clarification later.
Repeat that part. So they can only speak one time
On each issue.
on each issue.
And then anyone who's wishing to provide documents for display on our system, they would need to turn those in to the city clerk at least 4 days in advance. We've specified 96 hours because sometimes our meeting days change. But they would need to provide their documents and limit it to 10 pages or 10 slides, just so we can keep the meeting flowing. And the same time limits would apply, either 3 or 5 minutes.
So when we open up to public comment, if someone had documents that they brought forward to the podium, are those allowed to be presented?
We can still pass those around. They just wouldn't be displayed on the screen, and it wouldn't make its way into the Channel 17 and all the other mediums that we have. So it's still better for them to provide their documents in advance. But if they wanted to do a handout the day of, we could certainly do that and scan that into the system so it's part of the permanent record. And then just one clarification, instead of directing a comment maybe to somebody else in the audience or a staff member, all comments must be made to the city council instead of kind of pinpointing someone.
Okay. Do I have any questions or need for further clarification to Julia? All right, let's go ahead and take a motion on that. So do I have a motion to pass item D? A second. Is there any public comment on item D about the rules for public comment?
Anna Bartage, Single Member District 1. I do have a question on the last part that you said everything should be addressed to the whole city council, even though you're supposed to identify your single member district. So that seems like it's in conflict.
Just direct it towards the dais, not pinpoint a staff member or be having side conversations with someone else in the audience.
Because some of us who might not be in your district might have a question for you, so the need to address the entire city council is relevant to getting information from other people, perhaps, I guess.
Thank you.
Any further public comment? With none, we will take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
None opposed, motion passes 7-0. We will move into item E, which is consider accepting the city's revised fiscal year 2018 comprehensive annual financial report.
Good morning, Mayor.
CAFR.
Tina Deersky, Director of Finance. Good morning, Mayor, City Council, and Mr. Valenzuela. So this item is a revision of our CAFR, which we presented to you and you approved back in May. It is for our year ending September 30th, 2018. And the changes that were made to it were that revenue was restated in the water, sewer, stormwater, and solid waste funds. This was
They were restated because?
Yep. I was getting to that, yes, ma'am. It was due to a journal entry that our auditors present every year, and it's to accrue for the revenues that were billed in September, but then received in October, so it's an accrual of revenue. And when they received that report this year, I've asked Gayla Thornton, our partner in charge of our audit, to be here to kind of give you an explanation as well. But it's my understanding when they compiled that journal entry, the report was in a different format, and so the information was I'll let them explain their side of it, if you'll allow me to do that. And then the other thing that changed was just that we had presented the Ford Ranch debt issue as a certificate of obligation, and indeed, it's actually a revenue bond, and so we just made that change while we were making the change to the revenue adjustment.
Question for Tina?
I'd like to hear the auditor share with us.
All right.
their-
Gayla, would you come forward, please?
Kayla, I'm not an accountant and don't have any accounting experience, so I'm just trying to understand, what should have happened.
Okay, so the information provided to us in the past it was presented differently this year. It was filtered a little differently. And so the numbers used for that accrual, which means there was revenue that was earned in September but not billed until October, and we needed to bring that into the September year. Well, the wrong calculation was made. This entry was never posted in the Blue Book because it was an audit adjustment, and it's for the CAFR only. So information that you've been provided each month has not been affected by this. This is just a presentation thing. We had two choices. We could have waited until the next audit and just corrected the error through a prior period adjustment, or we could re-present this to you. And management, finance, Michael Dane, they all prefer to do this for transparency because I think the city's planning on going out for debt, and they wanted the numbers to be accurately reflected. So this was just an attempt to be very transparent in that miscalculation.
So did I understand you correctly? It was for services billed in September but not collected until October?
Services earned, so the water was used in September, but the bills didn't go out until October.
Okay.
And so this is called unbilled revenue.
Okay.
But because the water was used in September, we have to bring it back into the September year. And it's
That would happen every year, right, Gayla?
Yes, ma'am. So that revenue was recorded in October in the Blue Book, so it's just a timing difference is what that is. Does that help you?
Well, sorta. If it was used in September, wouldn't we have the actual amount to post?
Billy, can I give an example?
Okay.
If your water bill ran from the middle of the month to the middle of the month, so you had a 30-day water bill that ran from September 15th to October 15th, the bill would go out sometime after October 15th. But you used, as a customer, you purchased city water from September 15th to September 30th.
Okay.
But it wasn't billed and collected until the new year. So what this adjustment attempts to do is capture that 15 days, in this example, of activity and place it in the proper accounting period, which is in the 12th month of the prior fiscal year. And so, not the whole bill, but a piece of the bill that went out in October actually is associated with the prior year's activity. And it's for 30,000 customers, and it's fairly substantial.
Okay.
But it is prorated even though it's a 30-day window, it is prorated so that the October is October, September is September.
Just for audit purposes, for your management purposes, it's not done that way. It's recorded when the bills go out. So this is just an audit adjustment.
What's the financial? So in other words, if we look at the water department, what does the water department say its revenue was? If it's just an audit adjustment, what does Allison know she has in terms of her water?
It was overstate revenue for each of the funds that Tina mentioned. In other words, they put too much revenue into September.
But in the long run, it's just an audit entry. It is not an entry that affects any of the funding for Allison. Okay.
Well, it would from one budget year to the next because it is the end of one year and the beginning of another year.
Mayor, you're correct. If that entry had been used in the Blue Book, it's used to prepare our audited external financial statements. And those entries get reviewed by Ryan Gaddy, who, kudos to Ryan, he caught this one and said, this looks too high. So good job, Ryan. Before they get used in the preparation of the Blue Book. So it has not had an impact, as Gayla mentioned, has not had its impact on the Blue Book, on any of the Blue Books yet.
So when we get our September 30th Blue Book, it will or will not be reflected in there? Well, I know, but regardless of whether it was this year or last year, it's the same thing.
It's a good question.
Mayor, that's a good question. Because we did not post it to our financial software system, our general ledger, it will never be reflected in the Blue Book, neither the error nor the correction, because Ryan caught it before he posted it to our financial system software and our general ledger. It was never posted. It will never impact your Blue Book.
Okay, so you're saying he caught it way back in 2018 in September? Because we haven't got to September 2019.
Our annual financial report is prepared well after the end of the year, we usually start working on it in December. So no, we did not catch it in 2018. We caught it after the auditors completely finished their work and their report. Then they give us the journal entries to post that bring our financial software into a full accrual system. We present the Blue Book on a monthly basis without those audit adjustments in there because we don't operate on an accrual basis. It will never have an impact on your Blue Book or what you see from month to month. And there will be no changes to your Blue Book from September.
So if one said that in a certain department they were at 75% of their plan, it could be highly inflated in the Blue Book?
No, ma'am. We're
just clarifying here.
No, it's
This
good
is for
question.
clarification,
Yes,
Harry.
because we use
good
our
questions.
general ledger is what we use to prepare the Blue Book. Because we never posted this entry to our general ledger, it will never have any impact on your Blue Book numbers.
Additionally, keep in mind that this is year-end activity. The auditors are doing their field work, audit work, after the end of the year. By the time this entry was created, we were 4 or 5 months into the new fiscal year. And so we were thinking about the new year, moving on the new year. And so
Allison, sorry, because we're talking water, we had to bring up the water issue. I saw her back there someplace. So we're not picking on you. It's just water came up, so it's an easy one to talk about because they use that as a reference for billing. So this is not picking on you. It's just a reference, okay? Yeah, we know, I know, but we just need to make sure that she understands
also,
that.
this may be more than we need, but
No, it's not.
because of the nature of an accrual and reversal system, what you go over in 1 year, it's a timing issue. If you had placed too much in the prior year, you would place too little in the new year. So over the fullness of time, that kind of error, if it had been the kind that would have gotten posted, would have offset itself by now.
We're just trying to be as you said, we need to be transparent. So these questions are meant to bring transparency to the subject you wanted transparency for. So we're just clarifying
we're
the
good.
transparency conversation.
We're
right?
good.
I agree, Mayor. And as Gayla said, we had the option to just wait until the next year's audit to fix this error, but I believe that it was more transparent to our citizens and to those that rely on our CAFR, for example, credit rating agencies, to make the correction currently before anybody uses that for decision making.
Are we all transparent?
I think we are. Thank you, Gayla. Thank you, Tina. I appreciate it so much.
Yes, ma'am. You're very
And
welcome.
I have that accounting 101 now. So
Lane, you had a
appreciate it.
question?
Yes, is there any other department, just for reference, that is difference between cash and accrual, or are we just talking? about
Our
here?
entire
Billing.
the entire city operates on a cash basis throughout, or a modified accrual basis throughout the year, and at year end, the auditors put us into a full accrual basis of accounting. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I move to approve item E on the
Okay.
consent agenda.
Second.
And a second by Lane. Do we have public comment? With no public comment, we will take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
With none opposed, item E passes 7-0. That completes the consent agenda for today's August 20th meeting, so we will move into the regular agenda. And we will start off by a presentation of the Downtown San Angelo, Inc. biannual report. Dale Velasquez.
Good morning, Mayor, council members, Mr. Valenzuela. I'd like to start off this morning with introducing two new additions to our staff at Downtown San Angelo, Inc. We have Monica Ramos. Monica Ramos started with us in March, and she's our new office manager. So in case y'all haven't met her, I'm sure you will at some point or another. And also want to introduce Bella Kinsey. Bella is with the AmeriCorps Vista program. And I want to thank, I know I saw Guy back there, I want to thank Guy Andrews for the grant that supports having her on our team. She started in July and will be with us a whole year. So she'll be leaving us in July 2019. But she's been great to work with because she's working on grants. So that's very important to our organization. Also, something that's not in your packet that I wanted to mention to you. Last year, I received a phone call from a gentleman in Amarillo, and he was asking me about some of the incentives that potentially are in downtown San Angelo. And he mentioned one of them that I was not aware of at that point, and it's called Texas PACE. And that program, I won't go into a lot of detail with it, but it is an incentive, and we were able to pull together a team and discuss it. And last week, the formal documents were signed, and we're now a Texas PACE city. And again, it creates incentives for builders in relationship to saving energy, water, electricity, and those kinds of things when they're developing a project. So it's another one of those tools in the toolbox as far as incentives. So I wanted to mention that. I was extremely happy that we were able to accomplish that. As far as our report, I wanted to mention to you that I wanted to go into a little bit of the revitalization. From January 1st through July 30th, over $12 million have been reinvested in downtown San Angelo. These numbers are provided to us from Tom Green County Appraisal District, also the City of San Angelo Permits Department. And what we look at is funds that are spent either with purchasing a new property or developing or remodeling or revitalizing a property, and then also new construction. So those are where this number, this $12 million comes from. The total reinvestment for downtown, we started tracking this, by the way, in 2007. The total is over $223 million that have been reinvested in downtown San Angelo. So those are impressive numbers in my book. And so we continue to develop and build the downtown district. We had 6 new businesses that have started from January to now that have developed in downtown San Angelo, and one that has relocated. The picture that you're looking at right now is one of the projects that I'm referencing, and it's the old firehouse, the old Central Firehouse Bed and Brew. I think most of y'all are familiar with that particular property, and we're, again, extremely proud of what's going on there. This is another project that a gentleman purchased 3 buildings, actually 4. One of them's a parking lot, 6, 8, 10, and 12 East Concho Avenue, and he's done a really nice job of revitalizing, remodeling those buildings. And the other business that's in 2 businesses here, the Juan Solar, and forgot which one that is, but so these are part of the development that I'm talking about, these numbers that I'm referencing.
So your picture on the left is what it was, your picture on your right is what it is.
That's correct. And then This is the one business that relocated into downtown, Helen's Bistro and Bakery. It's in the library. And then a new sports bar that was created on South Chadburn. Used to be the Chivo Loco, if y'all remember that. Here's a list of the new businesses that have been moved into downtown, and very variety. Wanted to mention we've had an influx last year of personal training facilities that have moved in. We had 6 come in late last year and early this year, and now we're seeing a little bit of salon activity. We've seen some new salons come in. We've got 6 salons in downtown
The
San
reason
Angelo.
for that is?
Well, you know, retail has been a tough market to play in these days with all of the internet and companies that target our consumers that way. And so something that is Amazon, Walmart proof, if you will, these are the ones. These are the types of businesses that you can't get online. So they've been very successful, and we're certainly happy to have them in downtown. As you know, tiers is an important part of our revitalization effort, one of the tools in the toolbox that I referenced earlier. This year, we've spent Tiers has provided $254,000 in grants. I'm starting off here with Fuentes Downtown Cafe. As y'all may know, that had an accident that will soon be over a year old in terms of its reconstruction. I had dinner with John, by the way, he's my cousin, last night, and he was telling me he hopes to be able to open at the end of September. That's his goal. We gave the old Central Firehouse $50,000 for sprinkler system, and Dean & Dean Attorneys, $14,000. Serenity Trading Post, $30,000 for facade, both of those for facade. $30,000 for 6 East Concho, and $70,000 for the Buffalo Soldier Art Gallery for fire sprinkler and facade improvements. So those projects.
And that building probably is the worst building in downtown or close to it.
I would probably agree with you. It is really a sore for the downtown district. And so we look forward to having that one redone and back up in business. So in essence, from the reinvestment report, I already mentioned that we have over $12 million in reinvestment of properties in the downtown district. I wanted to give you a slight different perspective on what sales tax and mixed beverage taxes are relative to the overall city that you'll see there on the first column in the left hand. And then we have in the middle the Central Business District, the CBD district, and what is generated both in sales and mixed beverage taxes, and then just the Main Street district. And just for clarity, the Central Business District starts at the corner of Avenue C off of South Chadburn and goes all the way up to 3rd Street on the north-south boundaries. On the east boundaries, it is Randolph. Well, and just recently, you approved the expansion of the Central Business District. So some of these numbers.
Yet.
Oh, we haven't yet. Sorry. Okay. But you're going to, I think.
It's going to be discussed today.
Okay. So right now, it's at Randolph Street on the east side, and on the west side, it goes to Magdalene Street. So that kind of gives you an idea of what the Central Business District boundaries are. And did I say 3rd Street? Sorry. Okay, on the north end. And on the Main Street District, it is, I'm going to start on the south. Washington Drive runs east-west on the south end, but it also curves back up as you go further west and goes back up into 6th Street. So if you draw a line going back up that way and then cut across on 6th Street, all the way to Main Street, and then down Main Street going back south, all the way across the river to Washington Street. That is the Main Street District, and that district was designated back when downtown San Angelo became a Main Street city. And so those are the businesses that are accountable in the Main Street District. And what we show here is you'll see that we have for the 2019, we show a 5% increase both in revenue or sales tax and mixed beverage tax.
I think you forgot the decimal in that because it shows 51%.
On the first quarter reference, yeah, there was.
Couldn't be correct.
Okay. We'll have to look at that. I'm not sure about that.
We would hope we would have a 51%
Percent
increase. We would all be celebrating, but don't think we did.
During the first quarter of this year, overall, the city. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to look at that one again. So relatively speaking, we show an increase all the way across the board in terms of what's happening in downtown. We're not at a negative, which is a real positive. On our marketing and promotions, we create a magazine, Historic Downtown San Angelo. This particular issue, the spring-summer of 2019, we highlighted Paintbrush Alley. I hope everyone knows about Paintbrush Alley. And if you know that the theme for the Paintbrush Alley is the movie Giant. And so we, our team created a really neat graphic of featuring the Paintbrush Alley. And Art in Uncommon Places has been an incredible partner for us to work with in terms of what they're doing to create tourism, venues, activities in downtown. We also participated in the 2019 Graphic Beer Experience. And then there's just a graphic of one of the booklets that we created commemorating the Paintbrush Alley Party, which was attended approximately by about 500 people, which was, again, a really neat activity for us. The flock keeps growing. Here are some of the latest sheep that have been recently purchased. I hesitate to quote a number, but I think we're about 106 sheep right now. And the total number of sheep that we sold. And as you will know, that is a fundraiser for us. And it has become a legacy. Even this week, the Texas Downtown Association posted on their Facebook page, they highlighted our sheep project and gave us kudos for creating such a great art project in our community. As far as promotions, we have the Downtown Stroll every month, every third Thursday of the month, and here are copies of the flyer that we create every month and the venues that participate with us to promote downtown. And our upcoming event, and another fundraiser for us, is the Brews, Use, and Barbecue. This is our 4th year that we've initiated this project, and this year we're adding a kids queue, so children are going to be able to participate from ages 6 to 15. And I believe we got word yesterday that both the Lakeview and Central Culinary School students are going to help participate with us in that project. So outreach in the community continues across the board. Here are some photos of some of the activities we participated in, the ribbon cutting at the old firehouse. ASU invited us to participate at the art exhibition exchange with Malaysia University, and I was given an opportunity to speak at that. And then we received the proclamation for Historic Preservation Month. Again, more outreach. One of the things that we do is participate with ASU. We have a great partnership. We get an intern from the School of Business and also an intern from the Arts and Graphics Department. And they help us create those flyers for the Downtown Stroll and create some of the other art that we produce for different events and activities. And that concludes my presentation.
Do I have questions from council? Billy?
Very good report. Thank you, Dale. But Mayor, that 51% is correct. The percent change from 2018 to 2019.
Well, do you have the alcohol and sales tax?
Well,
That was a combined report.
What I was seeing here is that he's saying the percent on San Angelo,
Yes.
the percent change from 2018 to 2019.
But remember, we get our sales tax performance every month here, you know, and we've never had a 51% increase in sales tax performance as a city. And that would mean we would have to have a huge, huge, huge increase in alcoholic sales in order to produce 51. If you go back and look at the January, February, March 2018 to 2019, and you combine those 3 months, I don't think we would come up with that percent, but nonetheless, let's just say it's a positive trend. It just would mean we would have a huge increase in liquor sales to produce a 51% change, but.
Well, it's,
Is
what
it
I
a
show-
percent, or is it a percent increase over the previous years?
It's a,
Not market share, but.
You got your 51 from the 3.5 increase with 1.8 to get your first quarter 2019 5.388.
right.
And that's a 51% increase from the 3.557 to 5.388. That's the 51.
So for the first quarter, the sales tax was $4,982,483, and the mixed beverage was $405,612.
So that totals 5,388,000. Is that?
Yeah, so the question mark is whether the 2018 is correct.
At the 3,557, Mayor?
And we can't tell from here because you
Okay.
don't have the background, but I'm just saying, if you look at our sales trend, January, February, March, our sales trends this season have been around the 5 to 10% increases. So if you had a 5 to 10% increase every month, you can't have a 51% unless you had 75% or more increase in liquor sales, and I don't know that we did that. That's
just where the calculation of the 51.
yeah, I'm just saying one of those
came
numbers
from.
has to be wrong. But nonetheless, it's positive, because
Yes.
we've had positive, so
Oh,
it's good.
Yeah, overall, I can't tell you enough how we have our phones are ringing. People are looking for office space. They're looking for all types of different buildings that they want to purchase and lease. And so we're getting a lot of inquiries relative to what's happening in downtown. I've had the opportunity this year to already visit with Corpus Christi. The city of Corpus Christi called, and we had a conference call, and I had an opportunity to talk about our program because they see us as a model city for Main Street. And also, I've had conversations with Lubbock and Wichita Falls. And later this month, I'm going to be meeting with Rosenberg, Texas as well. And they initiate these phone calls. They call and say, hey, we understand that your city is really doing, your Main Street city is doing really well, and we want to know what you're doing. And so we have those kind of conversations with my peers. So I think we're on track as far as what we're trying to accomplish.
And what's the number one thing that needs to happen?
Get downtown living. We've been working on that forever, seems like. And hopefully soon we'll have something. Something's going to happen. And you know, we've just being from experience, when I came on board in 07, I think it was in 08, we had one very successful nightclub come into town. And that kind of turned the tide for all the nightclubs. We really are pretty much an entertainment district downtown. And so the domino effect occurred, and we believe strongly that once we can get one of those buildings with downtown living, that will happen as well. We'll see more development in that area.
What's the total downtown reinvestment since 2007?
Over 223 million.
Mayor, I do have
Daniel?
a question. You mentioned 16 new businesses from January to now. We do know, I mean, you do have to be Amazon-proof, Walmart-proof. We do understand that. So you have specialty businesses, niche businesses that will come into those areas. Right. You mentioned 16 new businesses from January to now. When you look at that, of course, we know the new businesses do start up, and some of them don't last very long.
We still, we still bode very well as far as the number of new businesses that start up compared to the ones that actually close down.
Yes. It was 6, not 16, but 6 new businesses.
Okay.
6 new businesses. We had 2 that shut down within this period of time.
Okay, so we're in the positive.
Oh,
really,
yes.
So.
Yeah, right. And
Okay.
the 2 that were, one of them was a restaurant and the other one was an art gallery. Yes, the short answer is yes, we're in the positive as far as continuing to see businesses that are looking to be downtown and want to be downtown.
So they do come to you for advice and they ask, hey, Dale, what do you think? I'm thinking about starting this business. Do you think this will do okay in the downtown area?
Yes, sir, and because of the nature of who we are as an organization, I don't necessarily take on those questions. I do refer them to the Small Business Development Center, and when it comes to incentive, I refer them to, besides the ones that I'm very familiar with, if there's something that's unique about them, I also encourage them to visit with the Economic Development at the Chamber or the Costa DC if it's appropriate, the City of San Angelo Development Corporation. So we try to continue to work across the board with every organization because I don't know it all, and we don't know it all, and we rely on all the resources that we can call on for us to be successful, and of course we want everybody to be successful.
So, good clarification, thank you.
But there's still a lot of buildings left for anybody who's interested in
Yeah,
putting a
Mayor,
business downtown.
we're going through the vacant building list right now, and I am very happy to announce that, and we're not finished, but we've reduced the number of vacant buildings quite a bit. It's become difficult to find the proper building for.
The interest level is greater than your ability to find a building to fit the need of that business
That's
request.
correct. Yeah, that's correct. So we've moved. We're moving in the right direction. That's all. I mean, that's bottom line.
Do I have further questions for Dale?
I don't have a question, but I would just like to compliment you, Dale, on the work that you're doing. Sounds like you're really doing a very good job, and I appreciate the report, and so I hope you will continue to, present personally, because you have happy news. I know sometimes it may not always be happy, but today you have happy news about the progress that's happening, and you can drive through a lot of Texas cities, and their downtowns are not close to being as vibrant as ours is, so I just appreciate the work you put into it. And also, I want to thank you for participating in the VISTA program. That is such a worthwhile program, and I just, hope we continue to see it be successful in San Angelo. So,
right.
Thank you for doing that.
Thank you for the compliment, and we enjoy coming to City Council. It's fun.
I think when, Billy, you were asking about the presentations, one of the things that was in that language was that they no longer, it had to do with the Downtown Development Group, which is a separate group and organization than Downtown San Angelo, Inc., and it referred that presentation to the Downtown Development Group, not Downtown San Angelo, Inc., because if you go further into the documents, it shows that they would do biannual reports. So
what's the difference in those two groups?
Downtown Development Group does not exist.
It was
Why did we put it in a document?
Because it used to be in the original contract, and that contract was 5 years old. So it was language that was taken out.
Okay.
Yeah. Mayor, I do want to add
It's a 5-year-old contract.
very quickly.
Yes.
Paintbrush Alley, if you haven't been out there, my family has come, I've had multiple family members come visit. We go by Paintbrush Alley. You talk about photo opportunities, they just love it. So citizens, if you haven't been out there, go check it out. It's a wonderful place, and we really enjoy it.
It is. Daniel, thank you for that. And also, I just wanted to take the opportunity to announce that there is another one that's in the works. It's going to be at 123 West Tuig, and it's going to be called Pop Art Museum. It's an open art it'll be an open art building that was been vacant for a very, very long time, and it has a history in San Angelo, and that's going to be an incredible piece of artwork as well.
Who picked up on that and did a big story on it?
I saw that.
Sorry?
Who picked up on that new story? And
Lonely Planet. It's an international, well, I think it's international news agency that put out a story on it. It was, they're based out of New York City. And so we're getting a lot of attention, let me put it that way.
Tom, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I got a question. Dale, I know something like on the tiers funding that we do, some of that is spent on code compliance, sprinkler systems and things like that. When somebody brings over and just initiates the move of taking over one of these buildings, code compliance, does that create a lot of heartburn for them to take over one of these buildings? And do we have a program that helps them adapt to that over a period of time, over a couple of years, instead of taking it all at once? Because I've heard lots of heartburn with that. And I'm glad to see we have a way to help them, but I think sometimes it does create a lot of pain and agony when they take over these buildings, and we don't want that to be a roadblock to help you grow.
Yes, sir. Yes, it is. And thanks to Councilman Thomas and I, we sit down in a lot of meetings with a lot of different building owners or potential building owners that are looking for remodeling a building. And we sit down with city staff and we work out the differences. So just for public knowledge, I say that if you are in that situation, don't hesitate to call us at Downtown San Angelo, Inc., because we can help facilitate and bring better understanding of what needs to happen and how we can negotiate and work through some of those issues. But there are some things that it's a hard, fast rule, and unfortunately, those steps have to be taken, and they're hard steps. And yes, it can be discouraging.
Expensive steps.
Expensive steps, and it does, and that's why it's so important that we continue to promote downtown as a cool and vibrant place, and it is. It really is. People from out of town tell me that all the time. I hear it consistently, that we have a really cool, vibrant downtown. And I'm not sure what all that translates into, but it means something really positive. And so people want to be there. It draws, we're drawing more and more people. I remember the days when I'd look out my office at 5 o'clock and there'd be nobody parked on the streets. Now, starting on Tuesday all the way through the weekend, people are parked downtown all over the place. So.
The biggest issue is the limited funds that come from tiers in the Southern District, because we have so many nonprofits and a huge amount of real estate and nonprofits. So when tiers is created by the increase in property values and you have a large area of nonprofits, we're not developing a big fund. And so unfortunately the projects are very expensive. And the funds don't begin to even address the expense of it, so it's going to be an ongoing challenge. So the more we can redevelop, the bigger the fund is, the more we can help. But I appreciate you very much.
Well, Dale, just want to commend you on what you're doing. I just didn't want to see something like some immediate roadblocks that they have to comply with as they try to work through to develop something that stays and we keep those businesses long-term. So nice job, Dale.
Well, it does. I mean, it does, but it is, again, a fact that we have to work through, and we do our best to overcome those objectives.
Lucy?
Hey, Dale, will you go ahead and give us the address to the Paintbrush Alley again?
Okay, well, there isn't an official
address,
because it's
where
not
they might be able to find
yes,
it.
it's really about the 200 block of South Irving. Is one entrance. It actually has two entrances. So one entrance is, and the most common one, is the one that's in the 200 block of South Irving between Concho and Tuig. Most people will relate to or understand where or know where the Texas Theater is. So it's behind the Texas Theater and behind Firestone on the corner. So that's one entrance. The second entrance is off of Tuig. It's a parking lot, and some of the wall is already painted. It's not part of, some of it is Paintbrush Alley, but there's an entrance there off of Tuig in the middle of the block. There's a giant parking lot. So I did check into seeing if we could designate a street there and call it Paintbrush Alley Way or something, but we ran into a roadblock with 911, and 911 doesn't have a way if something was to happen. So we did check into that.
Much.
Harry?
Just to follow up from what Tom asked Dell,
there are some opportunities out there for some of these buildings, and Tom was right. Sometimes the owners of these buildings or the people that are coming in and leasing them don't understand some of the things that we've got to do from the city standpoint. What Dell and I have done over the last 3 years is sit down with these particular individuals and then go with city staff and have everybody in the room at the same time, so everybody hears the same thing. Planning, permit, fire marshal's office, all of those particular individuals. And we've been very, very successful if we do this up front, because then everybody knows what everybody needs to do, and if there's some things that the city can change or adjust, then we've been able to do that with them. So I think we've kind of laid the groundwork, and I think for future building owners and people that want to lease, I think we've got a clearer path on how we can do this.
Yeah, you know, back in 2007, we created the Design Review Committee. I believe that's what we call it. And,
DRC, yeah.
Yeah, the DRC. We call it DRC. And I always encourage everybody, please. And I send them the link. I kind of walk them through it so that they can go meet with all of the departments Harry just referenced, so they can get a clearer picture. And I encourage them to be as prepared as they possibly can to address what they're trying to accomplish and what kind of work that's going to be required, so that they can get a clearer picture of what's going to happen. And those have been very, very helpful. And in some ways, sometimes it discourages them to say, no, I'm not going to go down that path, but then they weren't going to be successful if they did go down that path. So it's a good thing for us to have that. And by the way, we're one of the few cities, I get to go to those Main Street conferences every year, and every once in a while I'll have an opportunity to talk about it, and most cities go, wow, that's a great idea, we need to do that. So we're leaders in that area.
Further questions or comments for Dale? With none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We will move into item B, which is consideration of matters related to request for proposal HR-02-19. One is a discussion of proposals submitted for benefits regarding health/RX, clinic, dental, FSA, EAP, vision, post-65 retiree benefits, COBRA administration, and benefit administration system. And two, consideration of selecting benefit providers, authorizing staff to negotiate contracts, and authorizing the city manager to execute any related documents. And our presentation today will be made by Brian Kendrick and by Holmes Murphy Senior Client Service Consultant Julie Rickman. You're on.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. You know, normally my knees, back, and eyesight remind me that I'm not a kid anymore. But over the last few days, I've had the feeling like a kid leading up to Christmas to finally get to unwrap this present in front of you guys. I'm very excited about what we're going to propose to you today. You know, anybody that's watching the news knows exactly what the state of healthcare is, and the volatility and the increases are pretty scary. And so I think we've got some good news. So I think Dale started off rainbow and butterflies, and we're going to try to continue that through this presentation. So I'll let Julie do the heavy lifting, though.
Good morning. Again, Julie Rickman with Holmes Murphy Senior Client Service Consultant, and I've actually worked with the City of San Angelo for the last 10 years, so I've been very privileged to work with you all. And again, to Brian's point, really excited to present what we have for you all today. So I'm going to go over the budget summary that we did last time that I was here, just to show you again where your trend is and how you're running. We're going to go through the medical, pharmacy, wellness, and clinic, because those are all bundled together as a product right now, and then ancillary coverage, and then just our next steps on that. So again, to point out, I don't have additional data from last time, since it's only been a few weeks since I've been here last, but we are running $149,000 under budget for this current plan year. Our medical trend right now is at 0.3% over the last 24 months. And then the current market medical trend, as Brian was talking about before, that's where we see the market running in general, which is at 7.7%. So we've been very fortunate to not see that type of trend happening with the city over the last few years. Our pharmacy trend is running at 12.2%, which is higher than what we see right now in the marketplace, but we have some solutions around that right now. But that's really due to the increased costs of medications and then the increased use of specialty medications within your population. So I'm going to go over the market response specifically for the medical RFP. There were 4 respondents to the medical RFP. We narrowed down the finalists to Aetna and Cigna, and that was based on a couple factors: the network options that we had, administration, and then the overall plan costs. And best and final requests were reviewed and received, or received and reviewed. The narrowing down the finalists came when we sat down with the employee committee as well as HR and determined, and this is for all the lines of coverage we talked through today, that helped us determine and narrow down what we wanted to select as finalists. We presented as Holmes Murphy in front of the employees what our initial RFP responses were, and then they helped us narrow down from there based on those responses and the network and, again, the cost savings. So there was of the two, we had Aetna and Cigna. Aetna has a Choice POS2 network. It's just the name of their network. But the network approach, as you know, is that narrow network with the community partnership, which excludes Shannon. When we looked at Cigna, that was called the Open Access Plus network. It's a traditional network. It has a partnership through Shannon as well, instead of community. And then it has steerage to Shannon through plan design, meaning that if we elected the Cigna option, we would end up steering people through the Shannon network, having the costs or the out-of-pocket costs for individuals going to community be a higher cost.
Go back to that because on the first slide, the Aetna one totally excludes Shannon. So what happens with that?
Correct. So that's been the relationship we've had with community for the last few years, where we have an exclusion of the Shannon system completely. And that was due to increased costs for out-of-network costs through Shannon when folks were receiving care when it was an out-of-network facility. At this point, the way that that relationship works is that it is not in-network, it is not covered unless it's a true emergency. In case of true emergency and someone is transported to Shannon, that's always covered as though it's in-network.
Day in and day out, you can't use Shannon.
Correct. Day in and day out, you cannot use Shannon. And that, again, was part of the marketing process of several years ago. I want to say go back almost 7 or 8 years ago. What ended up happening was the cost for Shannon when people were using it as an out-of-network facility started to rise. And because it was out-of-network, there was no negotiations for those out-of-pocket costs. And so the city was seeing higher bills than they would see, and then employees were getting balanced bills differences as well. So it was nature of just the way that the costs were increasing on the Shannon when we had them out of network, but still in, the not excluded.
Billy, did you have a question?
I did. So is community considered out of network the way with Aetna, Shannon was considered out of network? Is community considered out of network under Cigna?
No, it would be it'd be considered out of network, but not excluded.
Okay, so the cost would be higher.
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay.
Right, that's correct. And what they would do, again, there'd be steerage towards Shannon with that relationship, meaning that if right now you're out of pocket, you're paying 20% coinsurance for services, they would increase the coinsurance for you to go to community, so that way it steers people towards Shannon.
Okay, but employees would still have the choice, either
Correct.
Shannon or community, whereas with Aetna, did they still have the choice?
Aetna, you do not have the choice. That's correct.
All right,
yes.
Thank you.
And that, again, is the relationship that's current in place right now.
Any other questions on this slide? Okay.
One of the questions that we had asked about, or I had been asked about last time, in fact, was about the wellness program and how those pieces work for folks, for your individual members on your plan. both the Aetna community relationship and the Cigna. And I specifically say Aetna community because community has their own wellness component that is part of the RFP process. Cigna has wellness components within Cigna, but there wasn't a specific Shannon/Cigna wellness component. Aetna Community has that 40 hours a week of total with 2 dedicated team members, and then Cigna has up to 100 hours monthly when it comes to wellness. Most of the components are very similar when it comes to the wellness pieces. Any questions on wellness? So we used assumptions when we look at the cost of what we believe that your plan's going to be, and so there's a couple of factors that go into what our assumptions are. When we receive the RFPs back from the market, we get what's called self-reported discounts, which means that the discounts on total billed charges that the carriers are letting us know is what they see as what they're discounting. So, for example, if something costs $100 and their discount is 50%, then the cost is actually 50%. And so that's proprietary in nature, so we can't share the actual numbers of the self-reported discounts. But when we receive those discounts in to Holmes Murphy, we use those discounts as a starting point as to what we can project out the costs. We added in that 7.7% medical trend when we're trying to project out going forward. Not that you've seen that in the past, but because we want to be as conservative as possible. And then we factored in additional savings for a Cigna-Shannon relationship over their self-reported discounts just to see, in a matter of fairness and trying to figure out what that would look like. The other piece that we put into place, or when we look at it, is we look at your pharmacy savings. And over your current contracts, there's actually a little over $2 million of savings between either Aetna or Shannon. That's due to additional just savings, again, through Aetna. I talked about that with the engagement committee, but there's that CVS relationship, so there's additional discounts. But also we see additional rebates that are happening. The trend for pharmacy was much higher a few years ago, or actually probably last year was one of the higher trend rates that I've seen. But because we've seen that, we've noticed that dropping down because of the discounts that we see. So I'm going to go over this kind of line by line, and then the next page will give me a little bit more of a high-level summary. But the first line is talking about our projected estimated medical costs for 2019. When we go over to the right side of this, when we're looking at the Aetna projected and the Cigna projected, again, that's using their self-reported discounts. So what we did was we said, if everything stayed the same this year, you had the exact same claims, and we used those same claims and put them against the discounts that were reported by the carriers, added in that 7% trend, what would that look like for the next year?
Remind us again on Aetna. Aetna is community-based, Shannon excluded. Cigna is Shannon and community.
Correct. Though community, again, there'd be steerage towards that community would be a higher co-insurance or co-pays for individuals when they go. The pharmacy costs, again, we had that on the prior screen as what we estimate our pharmacy costs to be for each year. Administrative fees, that's what you pay for a carrier to run through your claims, to turn the light switches on and off, to have the portals for employees to go on, to figure out what providers are in network. Aetna actually lowered their administrative fees from this year to last year. Wellness credits, those are dollars that we can use towards wellness programming. So if we wanted to add in a diabetes prevention program or a program for people that have heart conditions, we actually have allowances from both Aetna and Cigna. Aetna was $60,000 and $50,000. Right now we have $30,000 of wellness credits. The wellness program right now for the Aetna, that's kind of broken out for that community piece, and that's $120,000. If you'll look, that was kind of brought in before on the clinic. So on our last RFP, the way that what the response was, the clinic and the wellness program were combined together. So if you look at that last line where it says clinic cost was at $334,000 currently, but you'll notice that drops down to $172,000. That's because they just broke out the wellness component to make it a little bit more transparent as to where those dollars are actually being spent. And then a communication credit, we use those dollars if you wanted to print off materials for maybe open enrollment, or if you had a campaign that you wanted to do for employees to promote something, that's just a credit that you can use towards communications. And then the bottom line is the estimated plan costs. But really what we're looking at for the big summary is that the cost to current, and this is for the first year, is about a $700,000 savings over what your current spend is. So an 8.1% reduction. And then Cigna is $378,000 above current at 5.1%. And really those costs are due to the self-reported discounts that I had talked about before, the pharmacy savings, administrative fee savings, and then program enhancements.
Do we ask our employees to list which hospital their doctors are that they use are associated with?
So for disruption specifically, when we look at that, it's a little hard for us to do disruption for you as an organization just because right now the relationship is with Shannon excluded. So for when we look at our claims data right now, we don't have people going to the Shannon network. If they're going to Shannon, they're using it it's not even out of network, so it doesn't run through our claims feed. So we don't know of any individuals that are going to Shannon specifically. I would wager to guess you have a portion of your population that does, but we don't see that through our claims through Aetna.
All right, I'm going to see if there's questions on this so far. Yes.
I was just making a comment about, we all were talking about Shannon and community, and I was saying that Shannon right now with their doctors and stuff, it's kind of like overwhelming with the patients, the people that they have right now. I was gonna go see the doctor, and it was like, no, you can't, for my wellness check, and they said, well, you have to reschedule, but I can't make it till March 2020. So I'm just saying that could create a problem also.
Yeah, and you have right now the relationship with community has access to the community clinics, and so your employees can go to any of those clinics with no out-of-pocket cost to them. So that solves for some of those people that might just want to go in and get a well visit, or maybe they're, they have an ear infection or pink eye or something where they just want to go in and get taken care of. I know that the clinics are not at capacity when it comes to intake, and so usually people can come in and have a same-day appointment and be seen for their standard acute care.
Billy, did you have a comment or something a minute ago?
Well, I guess my comment, and I'm not sure, I know you had some employees that were, on the committee, but I visited both hospitals, and there is just a different level of care between the hospitals. And I understand that, some doctors have their privileges only at community, but from my perspective, my comment is that I would always rather have a choice. And even though Cigna's cost at this point is greater, I just think it has to be considered. I think it's worth something, so I don't know if we're going to be allowed to know how the employees felt about, will they have to pay higher out-of-pocket cost?
Yeah,
for Cigna, their out-of-pocket cost will be greater. Do we have an estimate on how much that is?
It depends on how we would do that. So I don't have plan designs here if we were going to go with the Cigna option. But what I will tell you is there's a cost to choice. That's just what it boils down to. And it would be a matter of what the city can absorb versus what the employees, what they want to cost share with employees. And so it's a matter of whether or not you want to change their plan designs or if you wanted to increase their premiums. When you're looking at that cost difference, I would say that you likely would end up having to do both for employees if you wanted to, because that 5.1%, really we're not even talking 5.1% at this point. We're talking about more because we have the delta between the savings over the Aetna plan and the increase over the Cigna plan. I know that there's some talk, and I don't know if Brian wants to talk slightly about there's a GASB liability that you have on the books right now that may afford some flexibility in the future when it comes to some reported or some costs. But again, it's that delta. So, sorry, go ahead.
Before we get
Go ahead.
Before we get too far away from Billy's core question, what would the additional cost be? That's on the screen. The difference between the two plans is approximately $600,000 plus $378,000. So
Or
a-
900,000.
Exactly,
Yeah,
almost $1
13%.
million in additional costs between the two plans. And the way you determine how you fund that is plan design, which she touched on. Plan design is essentially creating the premiums to be paid in. Council, the city pays premiums and employees pay premiums. And so there would be, with an additional $975,000 in costs, there would need to be an additional $975,000 in premiums.
And to your point, I think it's true. Everybody would prefer choice. I think the choices are more than just this, though. If we look at trying to fund the difference to provide the choice in who you can go to, I think then we start cutting into the possibility of raises. And so I think if you asked city employees who've already went through the struggle of we've relocated our doctors, we've already adapted to community, I think if you asked them if there was a possibility of we could spread this out, or maybe we could adjust salaries this year in a year that maybe we thought we couldn't, I think they would overwhelmingly tell you they would rather have their salary adjusted than to have the choice. So again, I think everything comes down to choice. So the choice of what provider we have, the choice of what we do with this $975,000.
So if I need to have surgery and community doesn't have the surgeon for that specific thing, I've got to go to Shannon, and then it's out of pocket.
So no, there are in-network providers, and so a lot of folks will end up going to Abilene if there's something out of network. I will tell you too that there is a travel allowance that we have for individuals that if there is a network deficiency, that they have to travel out of the city of San Angelo to receive services. There's dollars that we can use for those individuals to offset the cost of their travel. We do have, as part of this too, some network enhancements that community has put as part of their RFP, so I can talk to those as well. But yes, if you have to have surgery and there's not someone in community that can do the surgery, you will have to look elsewhere or pay out of pocket.
Do we have, just, Lane, 1 second. Did you have a comment you wanted to
I do. I'll touch base on the Abilene comment here in a second, but my biggest concern was exactly what Billy said, was the power of choice, and how that has an impact on the treatment of care that the patient has. And from coming from healthcare, I've seen that, and from knowing a lot of people that have dealt with this, I've seen that. Another concern I have is with the specialties. You have a head injury, you're going to Shannon. You have a massive case of cancer, you're going to Shannon. And I've had a constituent die because she could not access the care in town. By the time that her history of cancer came back, it was 3 months out of being able to get her doctor for a PET scan up in Abilene, got the results, 4 days later dead, when she could have started care right away.
The other issue is technology. Does community have the same level of technology? Because I understand a lot of more sophisticated MRI equipment or CAT scan equipment exists at one hospital versus the other.
And I don't want to try to make the hospitals compete. I'm for the power of choice. I've worked at both of them. But it's for the choice that if I want to go to Shannon, I want to go to Shannon. If I want to go to community, I want to go to community. But to have our San Angelo residents, employees, and their families to have access to care no matter what in San Angelo is my biggest thing. Instead of having to access it at Abilene, Lubbock, to get a reference to MD Anderson.
Okay, do I have other questions on that, Harry?
Just for a clarification standpoint, do we have the figures that show what the cost out of pocket was for services that were outside of community for last year?
Outside of community, I don't have those on me. Are you asking specifically for Shannon? Because we had a few head trauma cases that went through Shannon. It wasn't off the top of my head, I'd hate to give you a number that I don't have, but outside of, yes, but they are included in this cost. I will tell you that we do have some that go out of the city for treatment, and usually, and to your point, oftentimes those are cancers because there are facilities throughout the state of Texas and actually beyond the state of Texas that specialize in specific types of cancers. And I'm sorry to hear your story. I will tell you too, for a patient advocate perspective, if there's an individual that needs help, and we've worked with HR for several members over the last few months as well, and throughout the relationship we've had with community, if we find that there's someone that needs help, we always, if they can get through HR, if they can get to Holmes Murphy and talk to us, or even if they talk through Cigna, we have the abilities to be able to help get them the level of care that they need. And so for instance, we've had one situation where we actually had the ability to help transport someone to Abilene to be able to receive care. And again, we've had situations where we've had cancers and things like that where we've had to go back through and say, okay, where can we get them treatment? We need to get them in sooner, and we figure out that piece. And so we would highly encourage any members that had issues with receiving care or again, continuity care, to be able to reach out to Aetna, reach out to HR and say, I need some help, and we will absolutely stop what we're doing and help them, and we've done that many times before. I think that, to your point, there's always a cost for choice. For most of your employees, standard on a regular basis, that are just receiving their well visits and their standard, medications that they're using, I think they are perfectly fine doing what they are. People that have specialty pieces, I think reaching out to Aetna and having a care coordinator, having someone work with them to say, this is what's going on with me, where should I be going for services, that's always a helpful piece too.
Do people know? I mean, my concern is it's great you know that. I'm not sure how we get that message out to everybody that says, hey, by the way, if you got a real problem, come call on us and we'll help you work through it. So the question mark is, how well is that communicated? How does someone know to reach out? How does someone know that service is provided? I mean, when you get a scary diagnosis.
I would say that, obviously probably not everyone knows that it is, but the vast majority of people know that they can speak to Dolores or Christine or Veronica or myself in HR, and we're gonna go to work for them. And we have success story after success story of making things work. For instance, that trip to that we provided transportation to and from Abilene for pre-op, the operation, and the post-op. And even in doing that, we did save money on that for the fund. And again, for me, I'm trying to, I don't want to take anyone's choice away. That is not what I want to do. But for me, this is the fund that keeps me awake at night. Knowing that there is a $90 million liability related to the future cost of retiree health care and so forth that we've booked, knowing that's 15 years of this fund if it all just went to that liability, if worst case scenario. Knowing that, I don't want to take away anybody's choice, and so we do work those specialized situations to 99% satisfaction. I mean, you're never going to please everybody all the time, but we go to work for those folks, and we try to find solutions for those situations. And again, I'm trying to manage this for the foreseeable future till that liability starts to climb down, which it will. I believe there's different estimates. My personal estimate is that we're about 7 years from seeing that go down significantly.
And the reason for that would be?
Attrition.
Attrition in the, yeah.
All right, so 1 second. Harry wanted to make a comment, and then let me ask is there a future slide so that we see what the increase in premium per person would be? Versus, because these are big, $1 million issues. So the question mark is, what does that calculate out to premiums, Harry?
I think my comment really is this: you got $1 million difference here, but I want to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples. I'm still not sure that I understand if you're going to have a savings of $600,000 one, and the proposal on the other one is almost $400,000. From my perspective, is these out-of-pocket costs are still significant. I'd like to see what those were. I mean, if we're talking about an additional $500,000, now you're getting closer to what the both of them are. So, you know, it looks good where we're looking at numbers right now, but I'm not sure what that cost
Apples
is.
to apples is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so let me make one point too. For the question you asked before is how do people know where to go for care? We do have that communication budget that we can actually use to be able to push messaging out to individuals saying, this is what, if you're diagnosed with something, this is the options that you have to be able to, if you feel like you're struggling, you don't have options available, you don't know what to do next, we can have that as part of a communication campaign for employees and help better get them acquainted with how their medical plan works. For the premiums, we didn't prepare that for today, and the reason why is because normally what happens is we look to the budget, and then once we approve the plan designs, we go back through and say, this is what it would cost for employees. But the big question is from the city's side for, let's even just say that $400,000 or $378,000 plus the additional $600,000, would the city pick up the cost? Sorry, am I too loud? Sorry.
No, you're okay.
Would the city pick up the cost of that? Are you expecting employees to? Would we need to change the plan designs? Right now, we're looking at your lowest coverage for employee only is $20 a month for their premium. I would say that that would not be something in the future if we were looking, because a lot of your employees are in that plan. We would have to increase that significantly to make up that $400,000 difference if employees were picking up that difference. And then from the city side, again, are you cost sharing that savings, or are you looking to offset? So, you know, that would be the big question, because when I see a delta like that, it's going to be a combination of changing your plan designs and increasing employee premiums and having a city funding increase.
We know one of the greatest concerns people have today is health care costs and insurance costs. I mean, that is always a major part of everyone's budget these days. Most people don't have the opportunity to be part of the city budget, so they're having to figure out that all on their own, and it's a substantial part, very often more than their mortgage payment. So this isn't a simple, easy decision to make, because healthcare, catastrophic events bankrupt people in their lives, and so we really need to talk through this and make sure yes, Tommy.
Julie, do you have someone that watches the claims, and I'm going to say like a hawk, on a regular basis, so that if you all started seeing these claims trending higher over the course of the year, that you would say something to Brian? Or Brian, is that something that you all watch in your office? Who does that?
Everyone, both sides do.
Okay, so let's go down that path a minute. Let's zoom out here. This is council. I think we're going to have an opportunity at some point to have the option of choice. The way this thing works is claims, they obviously have trended very well in our specific plan.
Absolutely.
Obviously.
Yeah.
That will turn around. It's not going to, claims are cyclical. They go up, they go down, and there will be some years when we have horrendous claims. At that point, if Holmes Murphy and Brian's folks are watching this, I would hope that in the normal course, I don't know, y'all, is this a 3-year contract? Is that what this is?
This is a 3-year contract, and then we have 2 options of 1-year renewals to tack on at the end. So again, if it was, to your point, at 3 years, we could rebid this and look again.
But my question really is, Brian, if 18 months from now we were starting to see some trend that this was climbing, and we didn't, I'm assuming, Julie, that you all have the ability with Aetna. Aetna can tell you by looking at the claims themselves. They're not going to give you medical diagnosis, but they're going to say, we have this going on so that we know this is not going to go away in 2 months. It's going to be ongoing for 18 months, 24 months.
Yeah, there's actually 3 layers that we do with the claims and watching where your trend's at. So the city obviously has their claim wire where you see what's going out of the claim spend. I believe yours is weekly, correct? Your claim weekly. Daily claims wire. And then Holmes Murphy does monthly reporting every month that talks about what your demographics is, how many large high dollar claims that you have, what your total spend is for pharmacy and medical, and goes into detail about that as well. And then we have quarterly meetings with our carrier and our, at this point, community as our preferred partner, and we go over every single detail about how the plan is running, including how your clinic is running, how your wellness program is improving, your health stats of your employees, and then goes into every detail about what we've seen over the last quarter of what your claim spend has been and what it's spending on. So there's 2 pieces to that. So from a pharmacy side, we are constantly adjusting your pharmacy and looking at your pharmacy plan to see what we need to do with that. So that's an ongoing piece because pharmacy is such a hot topic, and that is looked at often, especially when something maybe comes off of a generic Medicaid or off of a brand, or there's a generic equivalent that just came out. Those types of things we're looking at on a regular basis. When we talk about your medical, usually that's a once a year conversation, but we have several conversations during the year of how is your plan running? Do we need to make plan adjustments for your plan in the future, adjusting co-pays, increasing employee premiums, those types of things. So that starts before budget, and we continue on going on that for several months of just watching your claims and seeing how that goes. To your point, we don't see, and I've been a consultant for the last 12 years, we don't see trend like this across the board when we look at, basically you're looking at a level trend. We don't generally see year over year of meeting your budget or, not meeting your budget without having to increase your budget year over year by that 7%, 8%, 10%, whatever that happens to be. I've had 3 renewals this year that I've had 20% increases, and that's really because of claim spend and high dollar claims. I have had claims where I've had NICU babies that are $9 million and $19 million children on the plan that affect the claim spend dramatically. The relationship you currently have, even though we have some spikes of large claims, because of the way that the costs are and what the out-of-pocket cost to the city or to the employees and what the costs are to the city, we're seeing that level trend essentially, or that 0.3%, which we don't see in the marketplace. So that's a big factor too. And I can't factor in what that Cigna trend would look like, but if I'm saying that 7.7% for both of them, knowing that Aetna is not going to be that, I believe that these numbers are actually pretty conservative in what I'm saying, because I believe that Cigna will go up at that trend at 7.7 because that's what we see in the marketplace. I don't think that we're going to see that with Aetna. So I think that delta is actually bigger.
Why is that?
Because the relationship you currently have with Community and Aetna, your trend does not rise up 7.7% and has never risen up with standard trend in the marketplace. Cigna's relationship and that contracts that they would have goes up by standard marketplace trend. And so when I looked at the costs, I determined that I was going to use standard marketplace trend for both, but I would wager to guess that we're not going to see that standard trend with Aetna going forward.
So Aetna's more San Angelo specific driven, and Cigna is standard world United States trend? Is that what you're saying?
No, their trend would be more, United States
or Texas.
Or Texas trend, really, more than anything. And they actually give us their discounts based off of the San Angelo area. So we're seeing it would be very similar, but it's because of the contracts and the relationship with Community and Aetna that you're not seeing that standard trend. So yes, because it's that narrow network with Community, that's why you're not seeing that full, you don't see realize the full trend that you would see otherwise.
If all of us stayed on the council long enough, the conversation is difficult today because there's no choice. That's the difficult part of the conversation today. There will come a day when a council that sits up here, the conversation is going to be, oh my, how much do we increase what the city of San Angelo pays, and how much more are we going to have to push off onto the employees. At that point, that could be when choice enters the picture, because there may not be that much difference, and choice may enter the picture at that point in time. Julie is right. This you don't see this in the marketplace. I have lived in this world my entire career. This is one of those things that I believe we should take advantage of what we have in front of us here because of the savings. The choice, having no choice, is not good. I agree totally with that.
There's two choices. One, given choice in terms of the hospital, and two, having a choice about whether we want to incur additional expenses
That's exactly right,
So
Mayor.
those are your two choices.
Now, I would ask the big question here. If we could likely be having this same conversation if Shannon was the provider of choice and community was totally excluded, we could be having this very same conversation that it's this good. That's what limiting choice does for your plan. It is hard for your employees to accept that because some of them want to use a different provider, but it does affect your cost. And we are seeing that. We've been here 7 years, 8 years, whatever, and we are seeing the benefit in terms of the overall plan cost and the overall cost to the employees of having only one choice. While it's no good, you are seeing the financial impact of that.
And there's so much to unpack there with what you said, because I think all of that's true. I would advocate that every city employee have choice of where they go for their medical care. But more than that, I would advocate that we have a healthy self-insurance fund that we can guarantee that we're going to be able to provide a level of service to everyone without dramatically increasing their parts of the premium too. And so again, there's a trend line too, and there is a time in the future that this will not be the consideration. There is a time in the future when we're going to be able to come to you and say, it's time to open up the door back to choice. We think now's the good time. We've kind of outlived some of that liability now, and we're down the road a few steps, and we're in a better situation. I would also say within the last 12 months, we've finally climbed out of a negative fund balance in that fund. That's amazing. I mean, and I believe that's through a partnership of very creative solutions to those out-of-network problems, because we could just wave a wand here and try to give choice to everyone, but we've been very I want to say we've adopted a very strong stewardship approach to this, and trying to shepherd this fund into the future where we can make that decision someday related to choice. Again, I would advocate for everybody to have the choice, but I'd obviously also try to keep this fund healthy as well through the next few years. And I don't admire the choice that all you up there have to make, because I can make a recommendation and I can just tell you hard numbers, but you are making decisions that do impact folks' lives, and I can definitely see both sides. For me, I have a pretty strong financial background, so for me, sometimes it's not as hard to kind of say, well, you know what, let's just plow ahead. We've made the hard choices in the past. Let's let it play out to its fruition, to the point that we're in a healthy place where we can provide choice.
Daniel, you were going to say something
Yes,
a minute
Mayor,
ago.
Actually, we just heard exactly what I was thinking as well. I think that at this point, we do look at those numbers. Julie made a point as well. I think if you ask the majority of employees, they would say, hey, at this point, we have made the switch over to Aetna and also community as far as the providers that we currently have right there. I think a lot of employees at this point have transitioned, have adapted to that as well. I do look at the numbers, and that's something that keeps me up awake at night as well, is how do we make things work within our budgets. And to see a number come in like that, I was so impressed that it dropped off by 8.1%. I do agree that in the future, I think at some point, as Tommy mentioned a while ago, we may get to that point where we'll have that option for that choice. And I would love to have that for our employees, because that's my preference as well. But looking at those numbers, I completely agree. I do agree with everything that's been stated at this point. So I just want to make that very clear.
Yeah, and I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, one of the other pieces too is we've done over the last 2 years several direct contracts very similar to what the city of San Angelo is doing with other organizations or other cities that are very similar size to you. And a big piece of that is because when they were looking at their trends, they were not sustainable, and you wouldn't have a sustainable fund balance. They kept increasing their employee premiums year over year. In fact, one of the ones that I'm doing open enrollment meetings for them tomorrow is we're narrowing down that network, and we're doing something very similar to what we did with the city of San Angelo years ago when this relationship first started, is narrowing down the network down to one facility that's in town. That's not the facility that people are currently using, which is what we had initially when we put this in place. People were really more going to Shannon, and it was a lot of disruption. But this particular, this is a county that I'm working with, this particular county every year was increasing employee premiums by 7% and increasing city premiums or county premiums by 7% as well. And we also had to make changes to their deductibles and out-of-pocket maximums and their copays. And employees were saying, we can't pay this anymore. And the county said, what do we do? And so it's not necessarily an easy choice. And I agree with Brian's statement. You know, you all sitting up there right now having to make a decision that affects the lives of individuals is difficult. But if the plan isn't sustainable and people can't afford to pay their co-payments or their co-insurance or their out-of-pocket maximums too high for them to pay for their plan, we're in a completely different situation. Plus, a fund balance that's negative is you know, that's just kind of negative all around. So again, it's not an easy choice to make, but there is a cost for choice, and sometimes that makes it unaffordable for your employees to be able to afford to have that option.
I want to, one second, Billy. Okay, just two things I want to clarify. Number one is truly when we're looking at these numbers, we are looking at apples to apples, not peaches to peanuts. So there's no reason to look at it and say, I know.
Just two peanuts.
Yeah.
They're pretty different.
Alabama, yeah. So just to make sure we're not misled by these numbers, because they're not holistic numbers incorporating every single aspect of the health care, the out-of-pocket, the whatever we call it. You're saying to us today, apples to apples, these numbers are apples to apples with no byline or asterisks or, oh, we forgot to do that, oh, we didn't include that, oh, those out-of-pocket things don't exist here. And then, so I'm seeing heads nod yes.
Yeah,
so
I would just say, as we were talking about how this presentation would move forward, that is one of the clarifications that we made, is we are, that first line that you saw on a previous slide was the current projected for 2019, where we're going to be at the end of this calendar year based on our experience so far. Then we're taking that same number for both of the plans, adding in the trend of you know, the trend percentage and the discount differential, and so it is absolutely apples to apples. It is not peaches to peanuts.
So the one thing that you can't guarantee on this is that the trend line maintains itself. So let's say the trend line this year changes, then your numbers, you're assuming the trend line's going to stay the same on these numbers.
Right. That is the assumption that is built into that.
And what we're saying is that those trend lines are not normal, and they don't happen in most places, most communities, most states. So the assumption is ours is going to stay, although most don't.
But
and then the next question is, let me ask this first, and then the next question is, these are insurance policies, Aetna, Cigna, not Aetna Community, et cetera. So that no matter what happens to any hospital in this city, that the policy is whole to these providers, not whole to that hospital.
That's correct. Yeah, and the first part, I would say that actually we've applied a more stringent curve than the one that we're actually experiencing. We're applying the market curve to this, not our personal curve, and so it is actually, the savings would be less if we wanted to do that. But we've taken this the same way we want to take everything from a financial perspective, is to be very conservative in the approach. And I would say, the reason, next week we'll be talking about budget again, and one of the things I would say is we're not necessarily saying we want to cut 596 out of this fund. What we're saying is we need to take a look at that and try to get it to a healthier fund balance. So we might not be recommending that you necessarily cut that, but that we could finally get to a healthy fund balance, because we've...
Say that again? Because what we think we're looking at is the savings or expense, not fund balance. So we didn't think we were looking at fund balance and impact of fund balance on this.
And what I was mentioning earlier is we finally climbed out of a negative fund balance for the first time in ever. And we might be, it'll be up to you guys how you want to use this $596,000. If you want to even be a little more conservative than our approach already, and if you want to say, well, you know what, we'll cut $300,000 from the budget, but we'll leave 300, kind of split it down the middle, just in case that trend does take off and get worse. That way we're protected against that rise. So I was just offering it as another insurance policy against a trend that might supersede what we've seen or what market is.
Billy, you had questions and comments.
I'd like to go back to that slide that compared the
Here?
No, the one that had the list of services provided, and it showed, no, I think, is it the one before that one?
I think it was the one, two slides back.
The analysis.
Next one. Not next one. Nope, next one.
It's pharmacy. That's a summary.
No, it was, okay.
The only one is that other one. Go back one.
Go back to that one then.
Yes.
That one.
Okay.
So to your point, we can't predict the future. Your claims are your claims. So you have a $9 million claim hit. That's its own piece. We have stop loss insurance that layers on top that protects against pieces of that. But if you have a really, really bad claim year, obviously our projections are based off of what we see the market trend being. So when we're looking at those numbers, we're looking at the projected that if everything stayed the same, you had the same claims this year as you do for next year, what would that projected claim be with that 7% increase?
Julie, do we have both specific and aggregate stop loss?
You do have both specific and aggregate stop loss. And what that protects you against is individual claims that go over $150,000. You have a $150,000 threshold, or $175,000? $150,000. So any individual claim that goes over $150,000, your stop loss insurance picks up the cost of that. And then if you're...
Define that stop loss.
So stop loss is an extra layer of insurance coverage that we put on top of your medical plan, that if your claims go over certain dollar amounts, the stop loss policy picks up those dollar amounts so it doesn't go against what your claim spend is. And so for any individual person that's over $150,000, your stop loss picks up after that $150,000 is paid. And if your claim spend runs 20% above what projected claim spend is, then stop loss picks up and starts kicking in. So you have it helps limit your liability in the long run.
Go ahead, Billy.
Mayor, could I? So what I heard you say earlier, Brian, was that based on employee feedback and your opinion of how employees see it, they would much rather stay with Aetna and have less cost of their health care than they would going to perhaps a higher cost.
I think that's true of the majority. Now, I was speaking to the extra cost and whether or not there would be a possibility of raises, and I guarantee you the vast majority would rather the possible.
Strictly health insurance. Let's not go down the route of raises. This is strictly a health care conversation.
But I think that's true as well. I think the vast majority of city employees would rather they've already made the tough decisions. They've already, transferred their doctors. They've already set up with community. They've already went through that painful kind of period. And so they're kind of on the other side of that now. And so if you put it before the vast majority of folks, whether or not increase your cost related to healthcare or just kind of stay with the program as is for the next 3 years or so, I think the vast majority would say, don't raise my healthcare cost. With that being said, there are a vocal minority that would say, no, I want access to Shannon. So again, I don't admire the decision that y'all have to make related to this, but I will say, overall, either one of these, what you see before you with the $378,000 increase to actually go to choice, that is the product of a very, very creative process that staff and Holmes Murphy engaged in related to the RFP process. We will continue doing that. So that next time, again, we might be able to buy down that thing and actually offer choice next time. But the only reason it's in the condition it is or one of the main reasons to me, is because we carved out the pharmacy and made it a separate bid process.
All right, go back to that slide where pharmacy's on there, because there was like $100,000 difference on pharmacy.
Correct.
Wasn't that big of a difference.
Well, those are the savings.
No, the screen that shows your individuals
Yeah,
right
that one.
there. So your pharmacy costs there are $100,000. There's only $100,000 difference.
Right, but it's a $600,000 difference. Most of your savings is in that line right there. If we're saying it's a savings of $600,000 overall, you can find $700,000 in that line.
Meaning you're looking at the projected 2019 as a $3,144,870.
That's correct.
And then they reduced and how was the reduction in pharmacy costs? How did that come out? Because you said pharmacy, in one of the earlier slides, pharmacy was the one that was trending up.
Yes, ma'am. And that's what I was pointing out. As we talked about this, I think it was in February, one of the questions that I asked Julie, I said, is there a possibility of us carving out pharmacy, and bidding it separately, because there is such a rising cost to it, and not just bundling it together with the health? Because, I think it could be said that there's a possibility that, you might artificially lower health, but kind of make it up on the back end on pharmacy. So we want to make sure we're having each service individually approached during the bid process. And so with that is the savings. You can even look over it with Cigna. There's still a $600,000 savings from what we're projecting this year. And so that is the component, and it was, like I said, it's a creative thing that we have not done in the past, and we're going to be looking for every creative thing that we can do to try to get this to a point that we can do choice in the future. But I will say this is a success. This is a huge success, and I don't want that to get lost in the conversation that it is another time that we're probably not going to have the opportunity to go for choice. But look at where we are. This is a success story, and I just don't want to get that lost in the middle of it, because even if we go with Cigna, even if we go with the higher cost, which again, I don't admire y'all's decision to make that decision, but if we do, we only have that opportunity because of the way that we bid this process out. Otherwise, we'd probably be looking at, instead of $400,000, $1 million.
You asked about trend. Yes, pharmacy trend is trending up, but the discounts that were given and the rebates that were given on the pharmacy through this RFP process is where that savings is. And so the trend will still be the trend, and we'll still see that go up, but because they discounted and the rebates dropped those costs down significantly, we'll see it drop down for this year, and then next year you'll see it kind of rising back up with trend for the pharmacy.
And they came down because you're using private label pharmacies versus branded label prescriptions? Is that the
No,
issue?
it's simply because of the RFP process. When we go out to bid for pharmacy and say that we are willing to look at separate pharmacy pieces, the carriers will come back more aggressive with their discounting that they give to us on the pharmacy. And so that's the reason why that happened the way that it did.
So on estimated medical, does that just primarily the go to see my doctor for a checkup?
That's all your medical all in, surgeries, going to see your doctor for a checkup, going for, having a cyst removed. I mean, it's everything all in for your medical costs. And again, that trend, we're looking at that trend going forward, saying it's going to cost you more next year than it's going to cost you this year. That's just the way that it works. But trying to be as conservative as possible with the numbers, so that way when we look forward, we can say, okay, if we run better than what we think trend is, which we have been historically as a city, and that's a big portion of that is the relationship you currently have. When you narrow a network down, that gives you significant savings over what you see in the marketplace. And that's, again, I pointed out several times that we don't see this for most cities or counties that have additional choices. When you narrow those network down, yes, there's some painful pieces to that. We will do our best to continue to improve that network, improve the relationship for members, improve the communication, again, to your point of where do you go for care? How do I seek care if I have something and I can't wait for 3 months for an appointment? To that point, we can use some of those communication dollars to be able to let people know this is what you can do to solve for this. And then again, to Brian's point, when we start reducing our other liability, that might be a conversation we can have during next RFP process of choice is now an option on the table, and what can we do with it? Because at this point, it's how do you make up the delta between the two for employees? Are we going to change their plan designs? Are we going to increase their premiums? Or is the city going to try and pick up the extra $400,000?
Lily, go ahead with your questions.
Do you cover family members when people have to travel out of San Angelo to seek specialty care?
Correct. So any network, so it's let's be specific on that. It's a network deficiency that you have within the city of San Angelo. If I decide that I want to go to Houston to receive treatment for my cancer because that's where I want to go, that's not necessarily a expense that we would reimburse for. But if there's not a solution for me in the city of San Angelo, we will pay that travel expense for you to be able to go and seek treatment elsewhere. And then again, to Brian's, we might even transport you back and forth depending on the situation of that individual.
But if there is care in San Angelo through Shannon, but I don't have it because I'm limited to community, why wouldn't you take care of the extra cost at Shannon rather than sending somebody to Abilene or Austin?
I don't know if you wanted to address that. Okay.
To be quite honest, and I think that's a very good question. To be quite honest, we had a situation, without going into details related to somebody's medical condition. There was a surgery that needed to occur. Community did not have the opportunity to provide that surgery. We worked with the
Shannon have the surgeon?
They certainly did. Yes. And we worked with that participant on the program to schedule the surgery in Abilene, but the consideration was I'm in too much pain to travel. So we reached out to Chief Dunn at the fire department. We got a staffed ambulance, to take that person to a pre-op, to the operation, and to the post-op meetings, and it was still cheaper.
Because it was out of network going to Shannon.
Because what Shannon charges.
Correct.
Ask questions for clarification.
Yes, that's correct. It's not necessarily because it was out of network, it's because of the charges for that particular service was so expensive there versus going to Abilene. There was definitely quite a significant cost difference between the two, even staffing with the EMTs and the ambulance folks to take that person to 3 different visits. It was a big difference between the two.
But y'all do check that to see if it would be,
absolutely,
more cost-effective one way or the other.
For example, I've got an offer on the table right now that I might need to take somebody personally to Dallas. I'm willing to do that if that's what we've got to do to try to keep this fund healthy. And so I don't know if that offer will actually be taken, but it's on the table, and I'll provide transportation back and forth myself to make that happen.
Brian, just listening to what we're having to do to try to compensate, I don't think it should be in your job description to provide personal transportation. And I know you're willing to do it, and I appreciate it. You know, you're going above and beyond.
Well, I wasn't saying it for that, but thank you.
But
Thank you.
you know, it's I don't know. I guess it's kind of my philosophy. You get what you pay for.
Understandable.
And so I appreciate you and Daniel being excited about saving 8.1% of our cost. But if we aren't getting a service, then, you know, I guess I would challenge that saving.
And we have.
You know, I mean.
We have, actually, and on some future slides, you're going to see some commitments that community has made. We haven't even got that far yet, so you'll see some expanded
You want
service.
us to stop asking questions and continue?
We need to see what else is there.
It might be beneficial to at least get all the way through the medical thing, and then we can come back to that. But I would state one thing, that, you know, our current population that's covered, about a third of that population is retirees with that benefit that we had that expired at the end of 1999. And that's what we were talking about with liability. So I just wanted to, I know we all know that, but I wanted to make sure anybody listening in the public was understanding when we talk about that liability related to, you know, retirees and that. That is not ongoing. There was an end date to that. So you had to be employed by the city of San Angelo prior to December 31st, 1999 to be on that. So there's no new ones added to that, but it's still 1/3 of our population that we're trying to fund from the 2/3. We're trying to fund all three. So anyway, just to add some clarification to that, but I'll let her continue in the slides.
Yeah, and I'll pause for one moment too, what the question that you had. These types of claims where we have the situation where we have to find ways to transport folks are not very often. I would say we have maybe 2, possibly 3 a year, depending on the situation for that individual. So it's not significant, but the savings for those plans, for those individuals are significant, and not just to the city, but to the out-of-pocket that the individual is paying as well. So
What about the family? Because it's one thing you get the person there, but then the family has to travel up there, then the family has a hotel room, then they
said they covered that.
yeah, there's a,
The family
there's a
as
travel
well.
allowance
I'm sorry, I
that we
missed
have.
that.
Yeah,
I
we have a travel
apologize.
allowance. Yeah, absolutely. So I'll move on from here, and then we can ask questions as well. So really, the recommendation when we talk through this is maintaining that Aetna community relationship. Aetna had that lowered fees, increased discount, and then the pharmacy enhanced savings, which we obviously saw those in the number. Community is had a commitment in their RFP to enhance their oncology, neurology, pulmonary services. They have upgraded their wellness platinum.
What does that mean, enhancing? Does that mean hiring
Yes,
specialists?
yes, adding additional staff to be able to offset for that deficiency. that's
Have they
currently
done
there.
that and also bought the equipment that goes with that?
That would be a question for, the equipment question would be for community, which I believe there's folks here that if we need to bring them up, we can talk through those.
Because we want to make sure that when you're comparing hospitals, you're comparing quality of equipment and advanced technology in the equipment on a hospital-by-hospital basis.
Correct. I understand what you're saying. We can talk to that in more detail if we need to bring them up as well. They have upgraded their wellness platform. They have offered a 50% discount to the Community Health Club for people that are participating in the wellness program. And then they're funding an early screening for cancer for firefighters. When we look at the oncology, neurological, and pulmonary services, enhancing those services are a question that folks have had in the past of how can we, better serve the members in the community, or in the city. And so enhancing those programs, there's a commitment with dates that they have as well as to when they'll have those up and running. And so that's something that we definitely wanted to point out to you, that they have that commitment to work with the city to help shore up some of those network deficiencies.
So does that funding for early cancer screening for firefighters mean there will be no charge?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, correct.
Is that it?
On the medical side, yes, and then I can go into the ancillary. I don't know if you want to talk anything else on the
No,
medical.
just keep going.
Okay, so I'm going to go through the ancillary. This is all your other lines of coverage, so there's a lot of pieces that we work through on this too. For your dental, you had 7 vendors that responded to your dental. That's not unlike the market that we usually see. Your plan designs are matching your current plan designs. Right now, the annual premium is around $90,000. The committee selected 3 finalists based on cost, disruption, and network. And then we received the best and final offers. So I wanted to point out your dental experience first, because there is an increase to dental premiums, and that's part of the reason why I wanted to bring this in through. So when we're looking at a loss ratio, carriers like to see a loss ratio, meaning the dollars you spend on premium versus the dollars they spend on claims, around 85%. That gives them a margin for running through their claims and turning on, turning off their lights, those types of services. So in 2017 through 2019, when we're looking at that pay period versus 2018 and 2019, you'll see your loss ratios are pretty high on your dental plan. 91.4% on 17 to 19, and then 18 to 19 alone is 103.6%, so pretty significant. There's positives to that, meaning that your employees are using their dental coverage, and dental health is also linked to heart health and other pieces of your body, general body health. So that they're using the dental plan is not necessarily a bad thing, but it will translate into increases to premiums. The other piece we look at is the disruption in access. So we take a report that asks for where all your employees are currently seeking dental treatment at. We had 112 providers on that list, and we asked the carriers whether or not those providers are in network or out of network. So that disruption is, right now I'm going to see Dr. Smith. Is Dr. Smith in my network? And you'll see that Delta Dental has 71 in network, 51 out of network, and then Cigna and United Concordia, you can see their numbers there, 59, 55 in network. So you can see there's a difference as far as the network goes for folks. So in the gray is what your current premiums are for your dental plan. You'll see that the increased costs for all 3 across the board are above a 20% increase on the dental. It's different on the dental than it is with the medical when you see a 20% increase, because you're talking about 20% on $17 versus 20% on, hundreds of dollars. So when we're looking at Delta Dental, you'll see right now your in-force rate is $17.06 on your low plan for employee-only coverage. And you can see that the increase for Delta Dental specifically would be $21.33. So it's a few dollars more a month for the dental coverage. Again, that's to make up for the loss ratio. So that over the last couple of years, you've been basically breaking even with your claims when you talk about the two between last year and the year before. And so they need to have some profitability in there. Delta Dental offered a 3-year rate guarantee, meaning that these rates would be locked in for the next 3 years, and so we would see no increases to your dental over the 3 years. Cigna offered a 2-year rate guarantee with a cap on year 3, meaning that on year 3, they say we will not increase your premiums more than 10% on year 3. Usually when we see caps on year 3, it just means that you're going to experience the 10% increase on year 3. We see that time and time again. And United Concordia offered a 2-year rate guarantee. Oops, wrong direction. For your retirees, they have their different dental plans, same plan designs, but they pay for their premiums separately. Again, same type of increase that we're looking across the board. Delta Dental is at 25% increase, Cigna 23, and then United Concordia at almost 21%. Same rate guarantees with your retirees, and you'll see the difference in costs for employee only is around $5 a month of an increase in dental premiums. The recommendation was renewing with Delta Dental. It's because the 3-year rate guarantee, having a 3-year rate guarantee for dental is a good thing for your employees for stability. And then there's no provider disruption for employees for where they're currently utilizing. We don't have that big difference between the the in-network dentists and the out-of-network dentists.
Are there questions on dental? No questions on dental.
So moving on to vision, the city received responses from 5 different vendors on vision. Your current spend is around $89,000 annually. Again, the quotes included similar plan designs to Enforce, and usually when I say similar, it's because there might be some slight variations between plan designs. We selected 2 carriers for best and final pricing, again, based on cost, network, and disruption. We reviewed the top 20 current utilized provider in Vision. Vision, we don't have as many folks that are utilizing, but you'll look Superior and iMed were our 2, so you'll see the in-network for Superior, the top 20, all of them are in-network. For iMed, 12 are in-network, 8 are out-of-network. Access to providers. We also take your member zip codes and say where are your folks actually located at, and do they have access to 2 providers of dental services within 10 miles? Superior had 81.3% access to 2 within 10. iMed had 74.3. I'll say it's not uncommon to see only 81% access to within 10, especially when you're located where you're at, because a lot of your firefighters may live miles and miles away, and so they would be used to driving additional distances. Some of your employees as well might live a little bit farther than city center, and so they have to drive a little way to receive services. At that point, most of them are used to that just because of where their geography is. When we look at the plan design, and if you look at that bottom notes, it says alternate. If you look at the plan design, your current high plan is $6.03 a month for employee-only coverage. The high plan that we're saying is an alternate plan, and I'll explain that in a moment, is $6.56, so an 8% increase, but again, really 53 cents difference a month. But what it does is it increases your frame allowance from every 24 months for frames to every 12 months. And so for a little bit extra money, people can actually receive glasses, their lenses, and their frames. Right now, it's every 24 months, and some of your folks have said, I mean, I don't want to keep the same pair of glasses for 2 years, or maybe the ones that I have I'm a little rough on and need another frame set. So it gives them an alternative to be able to change their frames out every 2 years, or every year versus every 2 years. And so the recommendation would be to renew the vision with Superior and move to that 12-12-12, so lenses, frames, and exams every 12 months. Enhanced benefits, so it's an enhanced benefit for employees, but there's no disruption in the current coverage in the network. I'll pause here. Any questions on the vision?
Any questions? No questions.
Okay. EAP services, these are your employee assistance program. That's the toll-free number that employees can call in if they need assistance with maybe mental health or grief and loss. They need financial counseling services or legal services. We received responses from 6 vendors to provide EAP services. Right now, the city spends around $16,000 a year on that. We have about 1,000 folks participating in that, and we selected 3 finalists for best and final pricing. When I pulled this in, currently, Deer Oaks is what your current provider is, and so you'll notice that that's the most cost, but they actually did reduce their cost from what you're currently paying. The pieces that I wanted to point out are training hours. These are hours that HR can use to have people come in on site to the city of San Angelo and train. Maybe they want to do some financial counseling training or some training on stress management or something along those lines. They can bring in folks on site to do training hours. Critical incident response hours. If you have an incident, so I know when you opened up this morning, there's other cities that have had some very critical incidents over the last few months, that you have your first responders that are out there on the front line taking care of folks. They will respond out and send someone on site for 2 hours per event to help with counseling for people that might be in the middle of either that situation or involved in that situation. And then for face-to-face visits, it's how many visits. So let's say I'm going through a divorce and I want to sit down and talk with a counselor, or maybe I have some grief management that I need to go through. I can have 6 face-to-face visits per incident per year at no cost to me, and I go to the in-network provider and I have those visits and hopefully can receive my care. So you'll notice that the LifeWorks and the opt-in options, they have less training hours, less critical response hours. They're either 3 or 8, but not per event. And then the face-to-face visits are less. So your employees would have a higher level of EAP service through the Deer Oaks.
And would you go back on that?
Absolutely.
So we have utilized and they've executed this 26 hours of training.
They utilize, your staff utilizes a portion of the training. I don't know that they take advantage of the full 26 hours, but that again could be part of our communication process with that dollars that if we decide that we remain with Aetna and the community relationship, using those communication dollars to let folks know we're having a training course on this, or bringing people in. So that communication dollars can be used for communicating to your employees. I will say there's value to training hours, especially on years where you either have major plan changes or you have no plan changes, just to give people the additional resources for them. Not necessarily the most important piece of training hours. I think my biggest piece for pointing out on the EAP is the critical response hours. Having someone boots on ground be able to help your folks that are in need of talking to someone during something that's critical happening in your city. And then also the face-to-face visits, because if you're going through an issue, having additional visits and not having to worry about stopping your treatment 3 visits in is important for your folks.
All right, so we don't have documentation in terms of what we've used in the past in terms of training hours?
Training hours, sorry, Brian.
To give you kind of a down-home Texas response to that is we haven't historically, but we're fixing to.
Because that's obviously a big part of the total package. The annual premium is what's built into those training hours.
Correct, yeah. And the critical response and the face-to-face visits, those are pieces, because if you think about a face-to-face visit with a counselor, you're sitting talking to someone, you can pay anywhere out of pocket between $100 and $300 depending on the level of service you're receiving. So that's 6 visits, that extra visit from LifeWorks over Deer Oaks is a pretty big difference. And then the other piece is providers in Texas. And so when we talk about if I need counseling services, how many providers do I have access to? And you'll notice there's a pretty big delta between Deer Oaks and LifeWorks of that 5,400 and 1,300. So you kind of pay for the network, really, is what you're paying for.
Then Optum has 7,200. So
Correct.
That's pretty big.
But 3 face-to-face visits, which limits your employees if they're having a critical incident where they need to sit and talk to someone.
Yeah, but only by 3. I mean, it's
Yeah.
not like it's 20 to 3, right?
Most of the time for the EAP programs, people can usually get most of their therapy, unless it's a long-term situation, done in between 5 and 6 visits. So it would just really be a matter of, do you want employees to pick up that extra out-of-pocket cost if they need to talk to someone?
So you're saying per person is 6 face-to-face visits, and there's no limit to the total number of face-to-face visits packaged into this premium?
Correct. 6 face-to-face visits per incident per year. So I'm going through divorce, and then I lose my parent, and then my child is being horrible, and I need to go through counseling for, parental counseling with my child. It's 6 visits per event that I call in for. And anyone that utilizes an EAP program, it's going to be a smaller percentage of your population, but those who utilize it, use it. And it's usually for those that really need some extra help and don't have maybe resources outside of family to be able to actually help, professional resources to be able to help them get through their events.
I think we're going to need an EAP analysis after we before we get ready to vote on this. I think might have counselors waiting in the back for us.
Well, we have critical incident response hours. I can bring folks out for that too if you want to speak to them. But the recommendation would be to remain with Deer Oaks. They did lower your in-force costs. They have significant amount of training hours. The critical incident hours are not limited, so it's the 2 hours. I've never seen them come out for 2 hours and leave immediately after the 2 hour is up. They come out and they're there for what they need to be there for. But also it's not limited to one event or 8 hours total. It's per event. The face-to-face visits obviously are a big piece, and then the network, just having access to providers.
All right, and you have a screen that shows a difference in premium per month on the comparison?
Not the $2.19, just the total annual premium is what I have here. So when we look at the Deer Oaks, it's around almost 16,000. Right now, you're paying 16,000, so they lowered a little bit for you, about $600 a year. LifeWorks is 9,400 a year, and then Optum is 12,900, so about 13,000. So it's an additional, I guess, $3,000 over Optum. But again, you have the training hours that, as Brian says, you're fixing to use, and then the critical response. I think that's, to me, the critical response hours are one of the more important things to me when I'm looking at EAP programs, because we have enough things happening in the United States right now where it's happening across the U.S., and we need someone to be able to come out and be able to help our first responders, help the people that are going through those incidents. And so, to me, that's an important aspect of any EAP program.
Questions from council? Proceed.
So FSA, those are your flexible spending accounts where people can put money in pre-tax deductions that they can put aside to pay for out-of-pocket costs in regards to their medical, dental, or vision coverages. We received responses from 8 vendors. We have 115 participants currently on our FSA plan, and our approximate annual spend is around $4,800 a year. We selected 3 finalists and asked for best and final from them. And I'm going over these really quickly just because I'm going to pull up the kind of the summary for these benefits, because they're lesser benefits as far as costs go. So I'm going to kind of show you where we're looking at for that. For COBRA, that is if someone leaves employment for the city of San Angelo, it helps extend their benefits out. We receive responses from 10 vendors. Our approximate spend on that as well is around $4,800 a year, and we selected 3 finalists for that as well. ACA reporting, this is a government mandate that you probably receive your 1095s in the mail when you get around tax time as part of saying that you have coverage through the city of San Angelo or through your employer. The city received respondents from 4 vendors to provide these services. We have around 1,381 participants. We spend about $2,000 a year on that annually. And the current administrator did not actually respond to the RFP, so that's something we have to move on this one. And then the benefit enrollment system. So we received responses from 6 vendors. We don't have a system currently in place, but the budget has already been approved for that $67,000. And that is an administrative piece where people can go online, enroll, make decisions on what plan that's best for them. They can go online to make qualified life event changes. So let's say they're getting married or divorced, they can go online and do those pieces. It shores up administration, alleviates errors, and then what they do is they also transfer files back and forth between carriers and the benefit administration system. So that process that's manual right now is going to be a lot more fluid and easy for HR to be able to handle. Some systems provided additional administration services, and so we requested best and final. So here's what we did is we looked at a company called PlanSource for benefit administration, and what they do is they actually include your COBRA, FSA, ACA reporting, and enrollment platform all within that $61,000. Your total cost right now, including the budget for your enrollment platform is, and your COBRA, FSA, and ACA reporting is $78,600 a year. So really, if we bundle those products together, we have a cost savings of $17,000 a year over what we're budgeted for.
That's what we're talking to today about, is selecting PlanSource for 2020.
Correct, for all those, because the administration of COBRA, FSA, and ACA reporting all actually can be solved by a system that collects your employee data and demographics already, and then those administrative pieces make it so much simpler for not just HR, but your employees as well. So then the recommendation on that one is to move to PlanSource. They have a benefit shopping experience, and they have it's a little bit of an interesting experience for employees to be able to go on and actually shop for their benefits. You have 3 plans. How does someone know what plan to choose? This allows them to go on and put in some information about themselves, and it'll help recommend a plan for them. It has quick concept videos to explain health benefits. So we have less than 15% of the population knows what deductible, copay, coinsurance, out-of-pocket means. So they have videos in there to explain that to people so they understand that a little bit easier. It has decision support tools to be able to help employees select a plan that are beneficial for their families based on their current spend. They also have marketing and open enrollment communication pieces. The ACA, FSA, and COBRA are included. And then also I bolded down here, which is kind of an extra that they had on here, they'll manage your retiree health plan billing as well at no additional cost. And that right now is a manual process for your HR staff. This will help streamline that administrative piece.
What's the cost saving on that?
I think that's soft dollars, right?
It is a soft cost, but you know the complication and the complex nature, I guess, to all these reporting and all these things. Eventually, as the government adds on new regulations related to healthcare, it could really grow into another position. So I think this future-proofs us against ever asking for that piece, because the software will do it for us as well. And so I think not only that, but one of the things I got a question this week about was, you know, when you have a life change event, by IRS guidelines, you need to make those changes within 30 days. And this will make that much easier for everyone to get through that process, because, you know, a month passes pretty quick these days. And so I think this gives us a little bit better tool there to meet those things, because we're always put in a place where, you know, compassion would say, yeah, let's go ahead and just make that life change, but the IRS guidelines will not allow for us to make that change, or it would jeopardize our pre-tax contributions for everyone. I think this will help solve that as well. And so there's overall very little cost associated with this when you compare it to the plan and the benefits that we'll get from it.
Okay, questions from council on this? With none, continue.
So really the recommendations for next steps, you know, talking through this deck, the wellness pharmacy, clinic and medical retain that relationship with community. Delta Dental remain with our dental plan. Vision retain Superior Vision. EAP retain Deer Oaks. The biggest change that we're recommending this year would be your FSA, COBRA, ACA reporting, and benefit administration system. There's a lot of moving parts to that. We would recommend implementing PlanSource. And, you know, just again to talk back briefly to the medical and pharmacy, you know, Brian has said, you know, I don't envy the choice that you have to make. I know that there is a definite decision that has to be made when it comes to benefits with your medical. We do not see what you have in the marketplace across the board. And that helps us maintain the integrity of your plans, maintain the integrity of your premiums for your employees and their out-of-pocket costs, which we do not see that for most other organizations that don't have the relationship you currently have. And you know, I'd like to strongly stress that we will, if this is what the court wants to move forward, or city council wants to move forward with, that we can do everything that we can to communicate to employees some alternative options that they have if they're seeking care outside of the city of San Angelo. Brian.
And with that being said, I just wanted to again emphasize the fact that the reason we have such a tough choice before you, and I guess I apologize for that, but is because of the creative way we did this RFP. Otherwise, that choice wouldn't even be in the spectrum. So again, I think we're making strong movement toward an eventual solution to that. I don't think we're quite there yet, but I do think this is really good news, even though it's a tough decision for you guys, and we're happy with whatever you decide.
Okay, so are we to take a vote today?
Yes, we are supposed to take a vote today. What I would recommend possibly is there wasn't really much discussion on dental, vision, EAP.
Yeah, we'll vote on that separately. So we're going to vote on the medical RX wellness clinic, retain with community Aetna separately from the balance of the other four.
Okay,
so
yes.
when someone makes a motion, make a motion, one motion first for medical RX wellness clinic, retain with community Aetna, and then we'll go through that process, and then we'll take a second motion for the combination of dental, vision, EAP, and FSA, COBRA/ACA. All right. With that, do I have a motion on the floor on medical RX wellness clinic, retain with community Aetna?
I'll make the motion to stay medical RX wellness clinic with community Aetna.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Tommy made the motion. Tom has seconded. We will open up for public comment. Is there any public comment? With no public comment, take a deep breath. We're going to take a vote. All in favor of the recommendation for medical RX wellness / clinic retained with community Aetna, say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-1. We will move down. We will take a vote on the dental, vision, EAP, and FSA. Do I have a motion to accept the recommendations for those 4 line items?
So moved.
Second by Harry. Public comment? With no public comment, we will take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
With none opposed, motion passes 7-0.
Mayor, I'd like to add something very briefly.
Only if you're going to say we're going to take a break afterwards.
We're going to take a break after this, Mayor. No,
Bring in the EAP.
No, really, I just really wanted to thank Brian because I do know he's got a very creative mind, and that's one of the reasons why I really liked him for his position. And he takes this approach with everything he does, and I do appreciate him working very closely with Holmes Murphy to present something to us that, quite frankly, every year we have seen an increase. And this year we actually have an option for a decrease. So, again, just very thankful for his additional work on this, and that's all I wanted to say.
Your heart is definitely in the right spot.
Thank you for the work, the effort, loss of sleep.
Now you've got
nightmares.
a level of expectation now, Brian. Yeah.
Thank you all.
Yep.
And we will, it is 11:06, so what do you say,
We're not
11:20?
finishing this?
We've done that.
We're done.
All of it?
Uh-huh.
I'm still waiting for
Okay,
vision.
Vision, wake up,
Yeah, I'm waiting for vision over here going, I'm ready to approve that.
No, we approved all the dental, vision, EAP,
Oh,
and
all
FSA
underneath in
all
one.
in one.
Okay.
So do you want to change your vote? It's too late.
No, it's okay, I'm good.
Done.
You can stay up here while we take a break and
no,
keep
yeah.
talking about it.
Go right
Yeah,
on
you
ahead.
can vote while we're gone.
I love for everybody.
Thank you all, and let's come back at 11:20. Does that give everybody time?
Yes.
Hearing and first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Administration and Personnel, Article 2.07, Boards, Committees, and Commissions. And Julia, you're on.
Yes, ma'am. This time last year, we started looking at all the boards and commissions and tried to unify those across all the boards. So one of the changes we made was to make the term limits the same. We have 3 2-year term limits for most of the boards. We added a provision that if any board member failed to appear for 2/3 of the meetings in a rolling year, that would be deemed as their resignation. Council can also take 2/3 of a vote and remove someone, and all the boards now have the same conflict of interest provision that the city council members have. So those are kind of some of the things that we did to standardize the boards. And then we also did some changes specifically to certain boards. So in the last year, we've kind of been looking over that change, and we realized that some things were missing. In order for the zoning board, we were having problems reaching a quorum, and so we've added in this holdover provision where if there was a vacancy that could cause a problem reaching a quorum, that person could stay on until a suitable replacement was found. And we're also removing the requirement that boards meet each month. For instance, we have some boards that they were meeting, but they didn't necessarily have anything to discuss. They're waiting on cases. But because of the nature of those boards, we can't say, oh, you're going to have a case in February and March, but not in the summer months, So we're saying they don't have to meet unless they have a reason to meet. And then for civic events, we're suggesting that they meet quarterly. We did speak with them to find out what their meeting requirements are, and we did read over in the chapter, and there's very specific duties that they've been assigned. And so we felt that quarterly was sufficient for them to meet. And then we also added a provision that if council at any time wants to direct any of the boards to meet, they would have the ability to do so if there's a special project that comes up.
Yeah, just a minute, Harry. So on the adding a provision allowing council to direct any board to meet for a specific purpose, or can the board request to, for example, if you're quarterly meeting and then there's something that came up that someone felt like they needed to call a meeting?
For most of the meetings, they would be able to do that. For our Water Advisory Board, they meet as directed by council, and the way we have the Civic Events Advisory Board written as well, they would be convening quarterly unless directed by council.
Okay, Harry?
That was my question is why are we singling out civic events? Parks and Recreation still comes under Carl. This is a specific one. Why don't we just remove the monthly meeting requirements for all boards?
Well, we have.
Some by law have to.
Yeah, we have removed the requirement to meet from the boards that's eligible for. The reason we specifically looked at this one is because we're trying to be considerate of the volunteer and the staff time. And if we know ahead of time that they don't really need to meet based on what they've told us, then we didn't feel that it was necessary to leave that in, so.
I think there's still some concern, and I know Sid's not here, but Carl is, some concern with some of those board members that that particular board is being singled out to just meet quarterly as opposed to removing the monthly meeting requirements on it. So that's why I bring it up.
Well, the Water Advisory Board, what did we do? Only as needed. Is Allison still here? Yeah. Is that the name of that board?
It is a Water Advisory Board.
Yeah, and it's as needed, right?
It's called upon by City Council, basically, if there's a reason to
It
meet,
is
so.
not as needed.
As directed by City Council.
So that's it too. So, and then which boards exist that by law we have to have? For example, the Planning Commission, zoning, tiers, COCDC.
Animal Shelter Advisory
Animal
Committee.
Shelter, those are by law. So those can't be dealt with anyway, so it's not about signaling anyone out or in, it's those are required by law.
Julia, I might add that she had mentioned, we had spoken with them. I think she spoke with Carl and Sid and I, and what we did was review the duties that the Civic Events Board looks at, which are their policies and their bylaws and their facility needs and so forth, to see how many meetings, we really at least have to have in order to do those things. So we reviewed that. That was not reviewed with the board itself. I did speak with the board chair and vice chair, informing them of what we were looking at. And one thing that Billy Nahara asked me to mention, he wasn't able to be here today, but he did have a concern about keeping the interest of the board members if they don't meet regularly. That was his one concern he asked me to.
Well, my concern is if you meet without a real agenda, and that's what's happened, and I'm not saying this board, I'm just saying there are boards that meet regularly because that's the way it's set up, and the agenda is not particularly worthy of a meeting necessarily, but you still have city staff time, and that's, above all things, it's about city staff and the time and effort put into preparing for a meeting and not really having a big agenda. And I've had people complain to me that they've been on these boards, and then all of a sudden, the night before, it gets canceled because there's not anything on the agenda, or the week before. So I think it's trying to better use citizens' time. I think it's trying to better use city staff time. And it's trying to keep an agenda focused towards making sure that your time spent is spent on issues that really need to be discussed and not minimal in nature, if you will. Harry, would you like to speak?
Please. I don't disagree with that. I'm just wondering why civic events is, on this particular ordinance, is to convene quarterly when the rest of them are said removing the monthly meeting requirements for boards. I would think that should be sufficient for the whole ordinance.
Just to tell you a little bit about the background, whenever Teresa and I were reviewing this, some of the other boards that we had identified that we could possibly put this towards would be the Construction Board of Adjustment and Appeals, the DHRC, and then tiers. But as we all know, we can't really say when those cases will come up, so we didn't want to restrict those because we kind of know the cyclical nature of when Civic Events does certain tasks. That's why Civic Events was brought up, not to target them at all.
So it wasn't a target, it was just
Oh, no.
reviewing what each board does, their role, their
Correct.
requirements. Not
just-
intentional for anything.
No. While we were cleaning up the other provisions, we just thought we would add this in there. And if it's not council's desire, we can obviously change that, but we were just reviewing it, and that was what we came up with.
Okay. Do we have further questions for Julia? Okay, with no further questions from Julia, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve is presented.
I'll second. Public comment? You did make it.
I am here, Mr. Weiss. Anyways, Billy Nahara, Board Chair, Civic Events. Thank you, Mayor, and for y'all having me up here. What Miss Julia was talking about was she has not gotten any input. I was just really surprised to see this on the agenda and no one coming before the board to ask us our opinion. Do you know what I mean? You know, in the previous agenda item, choice was a big word that we used, you know? And given that, I wish that they would have come up to us and said, what would you guys like to do? Give us your input on, do y'all need to meet 4 times, 8 times, 12 times? So we'd like to be given that choice. Granted, we probably don't need to meet 12 times, but we probably need to meet more than quarterly with some of the things that we go about. So anyways, my recommendation is that do not pass this. Give us the choice. You know, we don't have to meet. We can always cancel meetings. Maybe we could manage those a little bit better, Mayor, as far as when we
I think
don't
they
have
can
something
be, but I
going.
think all boards can. So again, it's not about this board, it's about all boards.
I understand.
So-
But in this particular item, we are talking about civic events.
That's correct.
And so what I'd like to say is give us the choice to meet. There will be times when we don't need to meet, but there's times when we go out and we tour facilities, and then we talk about them for a couple of times, and then we make a decision. It's not just go meet the facilities, in the next meeting we go take a vote on it. And there's many facilities to go, and we can't hardly sometimes do that in one meeting because we've got to go to the Coliseum. We'll usually do the Paseo and the river stage all together. And so sometimes those things take out. We've formed a couple of subcommittees right now to talk about the river stage and the Paseo, and of course the Coliseum is always ongoing. So I know the CVB is doing a lot of things. They're trying to get more people to San Angelo. To me, we're the keeper of the facilities, and so we'd like to be able to have free reign to go out there and discuss those things that need to. But you're right. 12 times might be too many, but I think 4 times.
But your
is not enough.
subcommittees can still meet.
Yes, but one of the things I talked to Mr. Weiss is all of a sudden, right now I feel that we have a pretty strong board. I feel that, you know, I've got 2 accountants, me, myself, and Mr. Mahaffey. We've just seemed to really try to work together to see what can we do on the future items to become better and meet and advise the Civic Events Department, you know, and give them our counsel on what direction to take. And to me, you know, I'm in sales. The numbers don't lie. And I feel that Civic Events, since we got on the board, since Mr. Sid got on board, I think that we've done very well, you know, and I think that it's a team that's worked together to do very well and produce well for the city. So I'd like not to have our hands tied, so that's just my input on that.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Further comment?
And just to reiterate what you said, the tours and the subcommittees, that wouldn't count towards those quarterly meetings.
Right. They could then report to the quarterly meeting, whatever they discussed in the subcommittees. Lane, did you have a question?
Yes, so they're made to meet quarterly, but they can't request to meet beforehand? Are they unable to do that if they say
You're asking if they want to call a special meeting?
Yeah, if it's a month before their next quarterly meeting, Are they able to do that? Is this a requirement to say, all right, you have to meet quarterly, but can they call that meeting? Like if Billy says,
They do not have the way I understand it, they can meet quarterly. They do not have the ability to call a meeting where they take action other than those 4 meetings a year unless directed by council.
Let me ask you a question. When you say quarterly, it doesn't mean the quarter, because the quarter would start in October, so you could actually meet October and then January or December. In other words, you
Perhaps we
meet
should
4
clear
times a
that
year,
up,
and the
4 times a
question
year.
mark is whether those 4 times occur on a quarterly basis or 4 times in a yearly basis. So you could call a meeting to quickly address it, because you're going to have 4 meetings a year. And you might pull one up 2 months because you need to address something. Is that legal or not?
You could do that. We would just need to change it from quarterly to no more than 4 times a year, unless directed by council.
All right, well, we have the motion that, as this is right now, so, and that's the second, so we can't change, we're going to have to take a vote on this one, and if it doesn't pass, then we can bring something else forward, but this is the motion at hand.
Before you vote, I'd like to read you what the duties of the board are, just so everybody's clear. This is a very limited scope of the board. I mean, if there's other things that need to be addressed, you guys are the ones who would be assigning them those additional duties. The duties of the board, as you've approved, is they shall act as an advisory board to the city council as to matters of policy and to the city manager or his or her representatives as to the administrative matters in regards to the operation of the Convention Center, Foster Communications Coliseum, the Memorial River Stage, Farmers Market, City of San Angelo Indoor Arena, Pecan Creek Park Pavilion, and El Paseo de Santa Angela. The board may enact rules and regulations regarding the operation of the above-named facilities, which shall take effect after review by City Council. However, City Council may take action to enact different rules and regulations at any time. So we took that, looked at those duties and asked Rick and Carl, how many meetings does it take to serve this function? If there's additional functions and a member thinks there's an additional function, they can always come to a city council member and ask to have an additional meeting, and that can be directed to do that. The concern we have about a lot of the boards, especially the boards who have a very limited function like this one, is that they want to do something. I mean, these are citizens who are motivated to help their community, and when we keep bringing them just reports and statuses and updates without any action, they start wanting to find something to do. And that's when we start going outside of the duties that are assigned to that board. So, like Julia said, I mean, we can change the language however you would like us to, but we felt like after discussion about this board in the context of other boards, that one, it's still a necessary board, because we were also looking at, can we alleviate any boards? Since we do have a problem finding people to serve on our boards. We didn't see any that we wanted to get rid of, but 2, are there some that we can limit the number of meetings, so potentially free up citizens to do other things?
If there really truly is a pressing matter, which really, I think those 4 meetings will do it, but if there truly is a pressing matter, as you mentioned a while ago, Teresa, City Council, if you talk to a council member, can actually call that. But again, I think that's going to be very rare that that'll occur. So again, as far as our recommendation is to go this route as well. My biggest concern, the mayor, you brought it up a while ago, is that it does take a lot of staff time. It does take a lot of prep work. You look at all the meetings, all the boards that we have, you multiply all those hours by the city staff associated with those. It's not just one city staff member. Sometimes it's as many as 5 or 6. And that really does add up. So we want to make sure that we are more efficient with our time. And so this is why we actually do support the changes that are recommended here.
Okay. Yes, Tom?
Teresa, let's say Billy calls me and says, hey, I need to have a meeting, something about the Coliseum. How long would it take, time-wise, to legally have the meeting?
Well, it would depend where we are in the city council schedule. I mean, we can develop a process by which council makes a decision. You guys can say, like the mayor or 2 council members or whatever can determine that, and we can write that into the rules. But we would need to put on a council agenda to direct them to do that, and then their meeting would come after that. A week.
2 weeks.
Yes.
A week to 2 weeks.
Yes. But if it's anything that's urgent, they're just advisory in nature.
Right. City council
So
can
we
act.
would bring it to you directly anyway. We wouldn't go through them first.
It would come from a special agenda item. No one's going to hamper anybody from doing the business at hand, but that is an advisory position, not a, and we have someone very strong running civic events, Sid, who manages and books and works with people quite well. And he's shown his ability in booking these facilities, so we haven't hampered him in any way. And that's number one concern for me. Billy, I think you have a question or comment.
I do. Did someone come forward complaining about meeting monthly and there not being anything to talk about or discuss?
We've had several citizens that do that. We also have numerous complaints from the board members whenever the meeting is canceled last minute. We've also had staff that has shown up for meetings and they've been canceled due to lack of quorum or lack of items on the agenda. So it is a problem, and that's why we're trying to structure anything as with specific dates, if at all possible. And that way people can plan ahead and plan their vacation around it. We have problems in the summer, especially with quorums.
I think if you have a meeting that you know is going to be held quarterly, you better plan for that as well. You know which items will be on that list, what's going to be discussed. And I think you better coordinate and make sure that because you're meeting quarterly that you have everything lined up that you're going to discuss anyway. So I really think it can work. I don't see an issue with it whatsoever. And again, on our end, we just really I look at it from the perspective of staff efficiency as well.
All right, with that, there's no public comment. There was a motion to accept it as presented. We'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
A motion passes 4-2. 4-3.
I'm sorry, who is the third dissenting? Oh.
All right, we'll move on to item D. And then following item D, we will, in fact, take a break for lunch. So we have first reading and public hearing of an ordinance approving Z19-13, a rezoning from single-family residence RS1 zoning district to the two-family resident RS2 zoning district on .482 acres located at 215, 217, and 219 South Washington Street, generally located at the northwest intersection of South Washington Street and West Tuwig Avenue. John, you're on.
Thank you. John James, Director of Planning and Development Services. This is, as you mentioned, on Washington Street. It just affects these two lots. Basically, both of these lots have a second housing unit on the back of the property. Both of them were built in the 1950s, so this is a pre-existing situation. Again, each of these lots has basically two dwelling units on them. It is neighborhood future land use, single-family zoning. You can see back behind it is an area of small-scale multifamily, although most of that is single-family developed already, but it is zoned for multifamily. And so what we would be doing is just rezoning those two lots to allow the two units, RS2 zoning. Again, it's not allowing any new development on the sites. It's just recognizing what's already there on the site, which has the side benefit of allowing these property owners to do maybe some additions or things that technically aren't allowed today because they are non-conforming on their properties.
And so they're requesting the change.
Well, one of the property owners requested the change. We talked with the adjacent owner who was in the same situation, and they said, yeah, they'd like us to include them as well. Just a couple of pictures of each of the houses. Again, the houses fit within the neighborhood. The secondary home or secondary units are in the back of the property. And again, this just legalizes what's already there. It is consistent with our plans. As I mentioned, those apartment units were built in the 40s and 50s. It's similar to other properties within the area have similar accessory apartments. But again, today we're just fixing these two. We did send out our notices. We did get 5 in opposition. 2 of those were from within the 200 feet. You can see those there. 3 were from outside the 200-foot notification area. The major concern was just a concern of changing the zoning from single family and what that might allow. But again, these are both really to reflect what's already on the ground there. It wouldn't allow any additional units to be built or anything like that.
Would you go back a minute? I apologize. On the 5 that were in opposition, because what did they say?
General concerns about more units in the area or being able to build duplexes. One of them was about possible drug activity, was one of the comments that we got. But as I mentioned, this would not allow for something to be built that's not already there. It's just reflecting what's there. Now, this would, if one of those houses burned down, theoretically, they could come back with a duplex on those lots. Given the size of those lots and the character of the neighborhood, I suspect if that were to happen, anything that would be rebuilt would most likely be consistent with the quality and architecture of that area anyway. But again,
But it does open the door to that.
It does technically open the door to that. But again, as you saw, this whole area here was zoned for apartments, so all 3 of those opponents are actually on properties that would, if their houses burned down, could build a 4-unit apartment building on those properties. So again, the character of this area is single family, and I don't suspect that would change with this change. As I mentioned, staff does recommend approval, as did the Planning Commission unanimously.
Do I have questions for John? No questions. Well, that's simple. Okay, so then I must have a motion. Harry moves it, and Lane seconds it. Public comment. If you'll state your name, please.
Yes, my name's Amy Zetzman. I'm actually one of the owners of the properties at issue, and I just wanted to be here in case y'all had any questions.
Do we have any questions for her? Okay. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you coming. Okay. With no public comment, we will take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
None opposed. Motion passes 7-0. We are going to take a break now. One of the reasons we're doing it as we are is I understand that there's a parent-student, a lot of schools are having parent-student meetings today from 12 to 1, and so we've been asked to work with staff because many of them want to go meet the teacher. And so we are going to take a break to 1:15, probably let's see, I got to look at that a minute.
4 items on.
There's 4 items, so let's say 1:30. We'll come back. That gives people plenty of time to go do what they meet the teacher and accommodate staff's needs and our lunch.
Don't forget that part, Mayor.
We are going to do closed session while we are at lunch today. So executive session and the provision of Government Code Title V, Open Government Ethics, Subtitle A, Open Government, Chapter 551, Open Meetings, Subchapter D, exceptions to requirement that meetings be open under the following sections. A, Section 551.072, to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property if deliberation in an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the position of the governmental body in negotiations with a third person regarding Lot 9D, Section 9A, Block 2, Red Arroyo Hills Edition. B, Section 551.072, to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property if deliberation in an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the position of the governmental body in negotiations with a third person regarding Spring Creek Marina. C, Section 551.072, to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property if deliberation in an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the position of the governmental body in negotiations with a third person regarding Southside Recreation Center. And D, Section 551.074A1, to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee regarding the annual evaluation of the city manager. And we will see you all at 1:30 p.m. And we will move into item E, which is the first reading and public hearing of an ordinance approving Z19-14, a rezoning from the general commercial CG, general commercial heavy commercial CG/CH, neighborhood commercial CN, office commercial CO, and low-rise multifamily residential RM-1 zoning districts to the Central Business District CBD zoning district and on approximately 80 acres generally located north of the Concho River, south of West Harris Avenue, east of Santa Fe Park Drive, and west of South Randolph Street. John, you're on.
Thank you. Again, John James, Director of Planning and Development Services. As we looked at our comprehensive plan that designates areas in which the CBD is to grow in the future, Central Business District, this is one area that our plan, our adopted plan, for years has shown as one of those expansion areas for the CBD. So as we were taking a look for a number of reasons over some development issues that have come up over the past year or two, we decided it was time to start looking at these areas. And so the area we're talking about is bounded by Harris, Randolph, and then basically the park and the river. So expanding into that entire area. As you'll see on the next slide, the current boundary of the CBD is right there at Randolph. And so we're looking at incorporating it into this area. In the future, we may also look at this direction and perhaps the other towards the east as well, but we didn't want to take on too much at once. And so for now, we're just looking at this kind of this southwest quadrant of the downtown area. You can see it's a mixture of zoning, everything from CGCH to residential zoning. One of the benefits that we see of this is it would allow additional flexibility for the properties in that area. Right now, for example, our commercial districts don't allow residential, and of course our residential districts don't allow commercial. And so we'll see little spots where people have rezoned their properties to different things to accommodate the particular use they want to do, whereas the Central Business District is much more flexible and much more open to mixed uses, so that you could have, an office on the first floor and somebody living above it, or you could have a mixture of retail and apartments. And so we think by expanding the Central Business District into this area, it provides that additional flexibility. In addition, it does not, and I'm not going to go through all these, they're in your packet.
No, go through them.
It creates very few nonconformities. In fact, of existing uses within this area, we only found one that this would affect negatively in any way, at least theoretically. In that case, it's the auto repair, the Goodyear. They are already in existence, and since auto repair is allowed in the Central Business District by conditional use, they're not non-conforming, they're actually considered conforming. So they're as if they got a conditional use for that location. So in fact, this rezoning does not create any non-conforming properties that would no longer comply. And I've highlighted in yellow here the few land uses that are allowed in the current zoning that would not potentially be allowed under the Central Business District. And you can see campground, RV park, rental equipment.
It's currently allowed?
Campground RV park would be allowed as a special use. They would still have to come to the council to get permission, but only in the CG or CGCH district. And so they would not be allowed under Central Business District.
So they couldn't put an RV behind the Western Mattress Building? Or they could?
They could not. If it's zoned Central Business District, then you could not have an RV park. I think staff would argue that perhaps anything in the CBD is probably not appropriate for a large-scale RV park type use. Similarly with the rental equipment and vehicle repair, you'll notice that both of those are a conditional use. So worst case scenario is if someone was looking to do an auto repair shop somewhere in the Central Business District, they would have to go through an extra step of coming to the Planning Commission to get approval.
There are a lot of them that exist in the existing Central Business District that are vehicle repair shops.
Right, but again, the only one that's newly affected by this would be that Goodyear. The others are all in the existing Central Business District. So to the extent that there's a negative impact to them on being zoned Central Business District, they're already zoned that currently, with that one exception. A couple more uses, industrial service and manufacturing uses would be industrial service. Again, it's allowed in CGCH. It would be a conditional use, so it could still happen in the CBD. It would just take an individualized approval by the Planning Commission. Similarly with animal kennels, horse boarding, plant nurseries, those are all uses that typically take a lot of land. We don't see much, if any, interest for those in the downtown area, even this expanded area anyway. And then finally, food and beverage processing, drug processing, those are all sort of manufacturing type uses. And again, they're only allowed in CGCH. So the only areas that would be affected by most of these uses are the ones that are the heavy commercial uses that, again, staff believes is probably not appropriate uses for this part of the town anyway. If, for example, you did not, let me go back to that map, if we decided for whatever reason this area was not appropriate for Central Business District, our recommendation would be things like office and general commercial. Any of those heavy commercials that exist already are really a holdover from a previous zoning ordinance, and especially along Beauregard here that is zone CGCH. That's probably not the appropriate zoning for that corridor anyway. And again, most of these I've talked about, industrial kinds of uses, obviously wouldn't be allowed in any of those existing apartment or single-family zoning districts either way. This is just the development standards. The main point of this is that there's much more flexibility. Your lot sizes can be smaller in CBD. Your buildings can be closer to the street in CBD, and there's reduced, in fact, no parking requirement for most uses in the Central Business District. So in this area we're talking about, there are a lot of non-conforming buildings that are too close to the street. There are a lot of buildings that don't have sufficient parking. And as well as lots that are too small for that existing zoning district. So this takes a lot of non-conforming buildings, lots, and properties and makes them conforming. So for most properties that this affects, it's actually moving them in the direction of becoming a more legalized use for that.
They were legal anyway because
they're legal non-conforming, and so if they were to burn down, for example, they couldn't replace them at the current layout. There are a number of things that they couldn't expand their building. For example, if the building is right up to the street, the current setbacks in our commercial zoning is 25 feet. So any building expansion would have to be 25 feet back from their property line, even though their existing building is right up on the property line. So this sort of addresses those nonconformities on those properties. Just a few pictures. I'm going to go through these pretty quickly, but just a few examples of in this area what we've seen is, for example, if you want to create an office, our parking requirements necessitate that you pave all of this front for parking versus leaving it looking like more like a single-family home and leaving the grass. Now, that's not to say you can't do this under this new zoning. It just doesn't require you to do it as our current code would without being in the Central Business District.
you could leave it all grass.
You could leave it all grass under this change. Here's just a couple of pictures of examples of buildings that are built right up to the property line, which wouldn't be allowed without being in the Central Business District. The rationale for approval, I think I've addressed most of these through my descriptions. But again, it provides more opportunity for those property owners. It does come to you with the recommendation of staff. Also, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended this. We met with Dell at downtown San Angelo, and he was supportive as well.
No, he wasn't supportive.
And we only received one notice in opposition, 4 in favor. In addition, we talked to a number of property owners who did not respond to the notice, but called with questions about how does this affect my property, and after describing what it would allow for their property, again, none of those chose to be in opposition. The one owner in opposition was basically just skeptical of anything the city does and was hesitant for his property, but in fact, given his current use of the property, this actually again creates more flexibility for him. His non-conforming building would become conforming under this change as well. As I mentioned, it does come with a recommendation from staff and the Planning Commission. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
The comments that I've had from people are, well, why would we waste our time and effort and energy on doing this? And then the other comments I received are, why don't we just declare the entire city commercial development, be done with it. Because you've got residential in there, you've got all kinds of businesses. What part of the city, other than when you get deep down into maybe the central part of College Hills, does this same review not apply? For example, North Bryant Boulevard from Houston Hart north. I mean, you start doing this, and then what's the logic between doing one area and not all the areas? And the rules don't seem to be the same, even though the conditions are the same, and the existing zonings might be the same. And so we've picked this one little area to all of a sudden change the zoning on. And there was a reason why there was a downtown business district that was created to begin with. I mean, there was some pretty good logic behind that. And so you start, I know several people who said, well, just change the zoning for the entire city then. I mean, people don't understand it. I'm sorry, and I don't either.
Mayor?
Yes.
This says Mr. Dale Velasquez of downtown San Angelo spoke in favor of the request. He explained that the Main Street boundaries are larger than the proposed CBD boundary, but that he understood city staff will continue to look at these other boundaries. That sounds like he spoke in favor of it.
Well, that's part of the conversation. It wasn't the entire conversation, because the challenge and you know what, I'm not going to speak for somebody else, but I know what the intent was when he went to the meeting. And basically, it was going to move forward anyway, so figure out how to be supportive of it, because we're going to do this. And so it's kind of what you get out of that conversation. But there was a central business district created originally, and you see it over there in white, right? To the right.
That's right, over here.
And that was because it was the original central business district. Right?
I can't speak to how that boundary was decided, but yes.
Well, because you were North
traditional
Bryant Boulevard and South Bryant Boulevard used to all be homes down in that area, so they were all residential. They were not major freeways going through the city. So a lot of development happened because guess what? The homes were torn down, and those areas became Coiningheim and Abe Streets. And then when they became Coiningheim and Abe Streets, which is 277 north and south, or 87 north and south, then businesses started to develop along that, which is what always happens when you put in a major freeway.
Mayor, what is kind of I know this is not something that you support, but why not? I mean, what are the adverse effects of it? I'm missing that, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So here's the comments I get from people is the same conditions that you're saying apply here, apply to many areas in the city. So does that mean that based off of this, we're going to go back and re-review all of the zoning in all of the city and change the zoning? Because there's not anything in this little section that we're looking at today in terms of zoning that's uniquely to its own, that it applies to many areas. For example, further down 87 or 277, Coiningheim or Abe, those same conditions would exist, right?
I'm not sure to the same extent, but we do have other areas that are similarly mixed use and non-conforming. I would say that one difference here is that the city did go through a planning process and adopt a future land use plan that did designate a slightly larger downtown area, which included this area. And so staff was acting on an adopted plan that said, yes, this is an area we think that the downtown should grow into over the long term.
Is that the comprehensive plan
Yes.
for the city that is referred to quite a bit?
Yes. I would also add that in this area here along David Street, we've had a number of rezonings in the past couple of years. a lot of those older homes are converting to offices or different types of uses, in some cases apartments. I think there's a short-term rental in there. We have a couple of food trucks along here the setbacks of this general commercial district were affecting the placement of a food truck, whereas the central business zoning would allow them to be closer to the street. So that's one of the areas we picked this area to start with, was because we have seen activity in this area that were in some ways inhibited by the current zoning. And rather than have individual properties come in rezoning after rezoning or special use or conditional uses, it seemed to us to make sense to rezone this whole quadrant right there.
So if we don't rezone this and leave it as CGCH, what's the impact on that, John?
It's no different than today, but there are a lot of businesses along there that are currently non-conforming. So again, they would be limited in being able to expand. If they were to expand, for example, or change uses, if they're short of parking, they would either have to provide additional parking, and if that's impossible, then there's some uses that maybe couldn't go on those properties, that sort of thing.
Harry, you wanted to comment?
Yes, please. Just want to make a comment that this didn't happen overnight. John and staff, working with businesses and Downtown Association, has been working on this for 2 years. This was something that I asked why we did certain things in certain areas early on in my first go-around as a councilman, and they told me that this was an opportunity, Central Business District was an opportunity to combine some of that stuff to allow some of these things to happen, and I certainly support it.
Brenda?
Yes, sir.
So John, in your opinion, okay, does this take away anything from the current business district? Does it, we want to develop and go in stages, and then hopefully our growth will make us even deal with this later down the line in your side. Is there a downfall to this, and does it harm the current CBD?
Largely, I would say no. I mean, I guess to the extent that it opens this area up for more intensive development. If you're looking to get close to downtown with a business or a restaurant or whatever the case may be, you might look at this area, whereas maybe you didn't before, because to go into this area you'd have to get a rezoning or some special approval, whereas this rezoning, by adding the flexibility, you make it more desirable for development. So it perhaps opens it up as people are considering locating in the downtown. It expands that area they might think of as viable.
And wouldn't that help our downtown? I guess that's one of those rhetorical questions that you don't have an answer to, but it just seems to me as though that would help our downtown vibrancy to have an opportunity for more businesses to move closer to downtown.
I don't think it inhibits them from doing it currently. I mean, I don't see that being an obstacle today. And if you look at directly into the central business district, you'll see that there's a huge amount of opportunity within that existing district for a lot of growth and development. I'm not sure it hurts it or helps it one way or the other, depending on what the business is. If you said you wanted to tear down a building and put a duplex or triplex where one of the single houses are, would you be allowed to do that?
Yes. Well, I mean, you mean today or under the new zoning?
Under the new zoning.
Yeah, you would. And depending on the zoning, in some of these areas, you'd be able to do that today, but not all of them. In the ones zoned for commercial, you definitely would not. So in fact, in most of this area, you could not put in housing like that without some sort of special approval.
So if you were looking, for example, on 277-87 South, and you were around the northern part, or where Walmart is, and you went north, there's homes on one side and now development on the left-hand, whichever way you're facing. So what's the zoning for all of that area? And what's the zoning from Houston Hart north on 87 and 277?
I couldn't answer specifically, but largely that's all zoned commercial, although there are some pockets of those existing homes that may be zoned either ranch and estate or single-family residential.
So no area is clean. In other words, no area is, the slate's been cleaned, and we've been able to create holistically an area that is 100% the zoning that we want it to be.
I would say that's probably true in the older areas of town. In the more suburban areas, out Southwest Drive, College Hills, Southland, those areas were developed at a time when that segregation of uses was more prevalent. And you have your mall and the area zoned commercial, then you have residential zoning, and there's really not much intermixing of the two compared to this area, which is a big mixture of everything from commercial to auto repair to single-family homes. So I think this area is much more of a mixture than especially those newer growth areas.
But no area is pure, unless you're in the middle of a Bentwood Country Club.
Well, that's true, and I think in terms of development and the way things are going, I think what we've learned as cities is the more you just separate everything out, that actually creates its own problems. So when you have shopping over here and homes over here, and they're completely separated, that actually creates issues.
My point.
And mixing
Thank you.
uses together
That's my point.
is better.
Yeah, exactly my point. Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council?
Move to approve as presented.
Any public comment? With no public comment, we'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? One, me. Passes 6-1. F, first reading and public hearing of ordinances approving 1 PD 19-07, a rezoning from the general commercial, heavy commercial CGCH zoning district to a planned development PD zoning district to allow for uses permitted within the general commercial CG zoning district and a shared sign plan on 4.951 acres located at 4150 and 4238 Sunset Drive.
And actually, all these items under F can be taken in one motion if that's your preference.
So I just read one, so I'll do two. Z19-10, a rezoning from the Ranch and Estate R&E zoning district and general commercial, heavy commercial CGCH zoning district to the general commercial CG zoning district on 0.484 acres located at 4744 North Chaburn Street. And 3, Z19-11, a rezoning from the Ranch and Estate R&E zoning district to the general commercial CG zoning district, bless you, on 6.109 acres located at 5026 Link Road. And 4, Z19-12, a rezoning from the heavy commercial CH zoning district to the light industrial ML zoning district on 5.95 acres located at 6993 and 7005 South US Highway 277.
Thank you. The reason these are all combined is all four of these cases are cases in which staff is supportive. There was no opposition from neighbors, and the Planning Commission recommended them unanimously. And so we've combined them, and my presentation will be a little bit abbreviated, but feel free to ask questions. Unless you'd like me to go each one, I may just go through all four at once. I'll pause for questions at each one if you have those. This is an area out by the mall on Sunset. This is the old Hastings location and Mattress Firm. Those properties are next door to each other. This is basically creating a planned development district, the main purpose of which is to allow a shared sign. Under our current zoning ordinance, a business can have a sign on their property, but they can't two properties can't have a shared sign on one of the properties. That makes it what we could call an off-site sign. This basically would allow that type of shared sign. As you may recall, or you'll see on these pictures, they're the two buildings. The existing Hastings and Mattress Firm signs, they got a special approval years ago when this was first built to have a shared sign. But now that they're wanting to do a new sign, they basically have to come back to get that approval again.
You mean the Mattress Firm has to come back and get approval for that new sign for only their business?
Well, because they want to put a sign, if it was just the Mattress Firm sign, then they wouldn't have to. Because they want to take this sign down, put up a new one that's also a shared sign, since they want to have both businesses on it, that's what requires this approval.
So the Hastings business the building has been leased out?
We don't know that. You can assume that maybe that something is in the works since they are moving forward with the new sign, but we have not heard any specifics on that. This is the concept plan. They really want to put the sign at the same location as it is currently. They just want a slightly larger, bigger, taller sign. It's going to be about 46 feet tall versus the 35-foot sign that's there now. We did send out our notifications, none in favor or in opposition. I think I took out the slide. We had some pictures, and there's some in your packet. The new sign wouldn't be any taller than the surrounding signs, Pier 1, Target, so it's consistent with the area.
It's consistent with the sign ordinance?
Absolutely, sure. Yeah, if they weren't trying to share the sign, that would be allowed today. It's really the only reason it's before you is so they can put two businesses on one sign. Again, that's recommended by staff and the Planning Commission. There are a list of conditions here, but it limits them to the one sign. So by sharing the sign, they can't come back and each have their own separate sign now. That it limits them to that one. I did get a question from someone about lighting and how that might affect the apartments that are close by here. We do have a provision in the ordinance that says if there's any spillover glare from the lighting or the lighting of the sign, that we could ask them to either dim the signs or somehow orient the sign to make sure that it's not negatively impacting those apartments.
Those are lighted signs, not the digital signs.
Correct.
Just to be clear.
Right.
It's a lighted sign, not digital.
Right.
Yeah, I did hear a rumor that there's going to be a Blockbuster going in there. Is that correct? Just Blockbuster's already shown. That would be the second one in the United States of America. So anyway.
Too bad.
You still got your
Terrible
membership
joke.
card.
Terrible
You still
joke.
got your membership
There are
card.
millions
Kind of fell
of-
flat on
It
that.
did.
There are
Guy,
millions of
Blockbuster.
committees
Don't.
that'll work.
It'd be the only the second in the
Really
United States.
corny.
Yeah.
I laughed inside, Daniel.
Financially unique again.
The other one was in the Marvels movie. Right?
Unless there are questions, I'll move on to the next zoning case. This is on North Chadbourn, rezoning from CGCH and R&E to CG. This is one of those, you've seen a couple of these recently. Back in the past, this city rezoned all along Chadbourn Street, basically a strip on either side, 50, 100 feet back. And so what it did is split a bunch of properties. And so what they're wanting to do is basically take their entire property and bring it into the CG zoning so that it's all a commercial zoning. And you can see, again, we might see this property come in asking for the same thing. At some point, we might look at cleaning some of that up, but that's one of those,
Why are we not cleaning this up when we're cleaning other parts of town while we're already cleaning up stuff? This would have seemed to have been a natural to clean up.
Well, this one, because the length of Chadbourn and how many properties this affects, really it's just the fact that that would be taking on a huge effort. And at this point, we haven't viewed that as worthy of the amount of time it would take to do it, including all the notifications. It's such a large area, we would be notifying probably thousands of property owners and the cost associated with that. Like I said, it's sort of on a long list we have of things that would be nice to clean up. It just hasn't made it to the top of that list. This is the existing facility, and you can see the adjacent property to the west. This is an area of largely general commercial type development. And again, this would allow them to expand on the property by changing the ranch and estate zoning to commercial.
First, we mailed the 200-foot mailing zone, right?
That's right.
But how many businesses exist in that, or how many of those properties are actually in use in that mailing zone?
We could probably tell that you can see here the ones that got notified. If we go back to that aerial photo, well, it doesn't zoom out enough. You can see there are some adjacent properties that do have activity.
Because one of the things, and Billy has brought this up before, is, you know, when we mail out, somehow often it affects people who aren't in that 200 feet or yards, whatever that is, yards or feet? Feet. In the 200 feet area, and yet all of a sudden then something starts to happen on that property and they want to know why I wasn't notified. So just to be clear.
And of course, that's up to you all. I think in some cases in the past, we had over-notified. We thought, yeah, these people might be interested, so let's notify more than we have to. At the time, it was, of course, a previous council. We were told, no, just notify the ones you have to. Don't be deciding who to notify more or less. Let's just notify what we're required by state law to do. Some cities do notify a larger area, and that is definitely up to you all. But right now, our practice is only to notify the 200 feet, even if that means only one property owner gets notified. Again, as I mentioned, this comes to you as a recommendation from staff and unanimously from the Planning Commission. The third item here is a church on South Bryant. Basically, they want to rezone from ranch and estate, which does allow churches, but to general commercial. Basically, it's a commercial corridor on Bryant. They want to put up a sign that's larger than what would be allowed in ranch and estate. And given that this is a commercial corridor, we believe it makes sense to rezone that to general commercial. That not only allows their sign, but if for whatever reason that church moves or something in the future, that's an appropriate location for commercial anyway.
That's not a digital sign, right?
Well, it could be. I mean, all we're doing here is changing the zoning. So our sign ordinance does allow for digital signs, so it wouldn't prohibit a digital sign. That corridor would allow them. So at this point, they have not submitted the details of the sign to us. That would come later in the process. It is future land use, and our future land use plan is commercial. You can see it is part of ranch and estate, but it's actually adjacent to an existing area of commercial zoning. So we believe that makes sense.
And that ranch and, would you go back a minute, on that ranch and estate R&E above that property, what's there?
I believe that's vacant currently. You can see on this picture. I don't know if it's actually used for anything, but there are no buildings or anything on the property.
So changing the zoning on this piece of property would or would not impact that piece of property?
Yeah, there's nothing there.
Right, it would not. And again, as a commercial corridor like this, I think our feeling is the expectation along Bryan is we could expect over the long term for most of that to be commercial anyway. I don't know that anybody would go out and build a ranch and estate residential subdivision at that location. If they did, however, there would be screening requirements from commercial potentially in the future if something commercial actually developed there. This is just a picture of the church on the property. We did send out our notifications, did not receive any responses in favor or in opposition.
Which is good, because part of that land would be under your 200 feet corridor where nothing exists. So there could be no in favor or opposition.
Well, there's a property owner though, so if they did have ideas for that property, they would have had the opportunity to comment. And likewise, this one is recommended by both staff and the Planning Commission. And then finally, the fourth one here is a rezoning on Highway 277, almost at the city limits from heavy commercial to light manufacturing. This is a processing facility that isn't allowed to do everything they want to do in the current heavy commercial zoning. And so they want to see a zoning to light manufacturing, which we're supportive of. The long-range plan you can see for that whole area is industrial. There is a light manufacturing zoning immediately to the north, so we think it's appropriate for that area. Just a couple of pictures of that property. And we did receive one response in favor from that property to the north and none in opposition. I'd be happy to answer any questions on any of the four cases.
Do I have any questions or comments for John on these properties?
I'll speak for single member District 2, the one at 4744 North Tavern. We're not going to affect anybody. It's good. It's good to go.
No,
members on their districts impacted?
I've not heard anything from either of the two in my district, Mayor.
Okay, so do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
And a second by Tom. Public comment? With no public comment, we'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
With none opposed, motion passes 7-0. Move on to item G, first reading and public hearing of an ordinance approving the abandonment and vacation of a 20-foot wide by 300-foot long, .1370 acres or 6,000 square feet public alley, the north-south alley located south of West Bogart Avenue, north of West Colorado Street between South Jefferson Street and South Madison Street.
Thank you. This actually could have been included on that last item, but we typically don't put abandonments with rezonings. This one is recommended by staff, unanimous by Planning Commission, and no opposition. This is similar to ones, you've seen a couple of these just over the last 3 or 4 months. This is along Beauregard, there between Jefferson and Madison. It's an alley that really is not in use as an alley for any of those businesses, and one of these businesses wants to extend parking into what is now an alley, and so we would be abandoning that for city maintenance. I'll get to that in a second. Just a picture down the alley. Again, there's no trash service, anything like that that would be negatively impacted. There are some utilities in the area, but our normal requirement is that they maintain an easement in what is currently the alley for any utilities that are currently in that area. As I mentioned, there is AEP and Suddenlink in that alley, and they've asked for an easement as well. But again, the current plans are for only extending parking into that area. This does go through a review process, not only with external utilities like Suddenlink and AEP and others, but it goes to all the city departments, water utilities, streets, and there was no opposition to this. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from council? With no questions,
approve.
Lane moves to approve. A second by Lucy. Public comment? With no public comment, we'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. We'll move on to item H, was the discussion and guidance on the development and funding of a financial incentive program to promote infill development in neighborhoods targeted for revitalization. Bob, you're on.
Good afternoon. We recently stood up a working group made up of department representatives to brainstorm options, searching for ways to increase the affordable housing stock for middle-class citizens. It's a need identified by the recent housing study. In this case, infill is defined as having the sewer and water infrastructure already in place. It's much too costly for the city to absorb the cost of installing the infrastructure for housing expansion. We believe that an incentive program may promote developers and encourage them to develop in those infill areas.
Who was in these meetings?
We had Allison, we had the two assistant city managers, we had Shane, we had Lance, myself, we had Guy Andrews,
John James.
and
John James.
And John James, of course, yes.
And no builders? No
builders,
developers?
No builders.
So all city staff?
City staff, that's correct. This is what a program design would look like. Staff recommends providing up to $1,800 per unit for residential taps, both water and sewer. Units must be either a single-family, duplex, or small apartment project, no more than 8 units. We also recommend capping the incentive per applicant to $9K, which is about 5 units per year. And that's to ensure that we can spread the wealth around a little bit. The development would need to be in a target neighborhood, and that's not only to help promote forward the neighborhood revitalization plan, but also to keep down the cost of a new home purchase, as is directed by market forces. Houses in our neighborhoods happen to be much lower. This is a map of the infill areas in the city. The neighborhoods targeted for revitalization are in yellow. You can see it right there. And you can see that a lot of the infill vacant lots are actually in those areas. The vacant lots are in red.
Could you go back to that screen a minute? Let us for a minute. So if you're talking about 87 North, or where's 87 North and where's 67?
87 North, I believe that's Bryant, right here. This area right there. Yeah, that's 87. Going up and down.
And Houston Hart would be where?
Would be roughly right here.
And Chadburn South would be where?
Would be right in this area right here.
And Bell Street would be?
That would be down over here somewhere. I can't see, but I'm just guessing.
No,
That's
I think
pretty
you're
close.
probably pretty accurate with that. And then that yellow area on the bottom right-hand side, below all of those markings.
Right here?
Yes, sir.
That's part of the Rio Vista.
The
Rio Vista target neighborhood.
And any major.
And they cross over here to this other area right here too.
Yeah.
That's also Rio Vista, kind of splits.
Okay.
To kick off the program, staff recommends earmarking about $50,000 from the general fund, the source to be identified later. Unfortunately, we can't use CDBG funds or the Coastal DC Affordable Housing Funds for middle or upper class incomes. And we don't want to tie the hands of the developers to sell only to low-income families. Kind of opens it up a little bit for them.
Identify low-income families. What's the average
the low to moderate,
yearly salary that qualifies?
For a family of 4, it'd be $42,000 is a number that comes up to mind. And it goes up every year. In fact, it's probably up to 45 now. But that's roughly the area we're talking about. And at this point, we would like to get direction from council, see if you want us to investigate, have any interest in us pursuing this program.
I think we need to investigate it, but if you go back to the, I think the screen before that. So here would be my issue with it, and that is capped at $9,000 per applicant per year, because when you look at infill areas, there's only a few builders who are interested in infill areas. There aren't that many who are building in infill. And so the question mark is, these incentives would have a minimal impact based off of the limitations, based off of the few numbers of builders actually building in infill. And so I think that capped at $9,000 per applicant per year is too low. And particularly when you look at the cost of what some of these water and sewer lines are costing to put into some of these areas, it's really pretty low.
We agree, Mayor. These terms are in here as a starting point for a discussion.
Okay.
Bob tried to put together terms which seem to balance well, but that doesn't mean that's where the program needs to start. We're uncertain. Everybody that we talked to about this was very positive about some sort of an infill program.
Sure.
But the starting point for the discussion, we're a little uncertain of. And so we do need council's help for, is the $1,800 per unit appropriate? Is the cap appropriate? Is the funding source appropriate? We're ready to jump in and give it a try, but I don't think we have a sense for how popular or how effective the program is going to be.
That's why I strongly suggest, council can give you lots of ideas and input, but unless you have some of the developers sit in the room with you and you present this to them and get their input, we're not in the development business. Lane is. But, I mean, we sitting here or not, and I would say to you, there are many of our builders in town that only do new construction, et cetera. And then there's a few who are doing this type of a project. I think you need to get input from them and bring review this with them, let them give you some of their ideas. We can look at additional sources of funds and bring it back to us. But I think having singularly just city employees, you're in charge of your division, so you're very smart and very bright and very educated about yours, but you're not the builders. And I think you have to go to them and say, okay, tell me about this infill. Where's your biggest expense? What's the biggest issue? Where do we need the city's help? That's what we need to know.
Mayor,
This is good.
I'm sorry, I do want to mention that, of course, in talking to developers, the thing is, they always talk about for every $1,000 dollars in cost,
That's right.
you're knocking out, what, 200 potential buyers from the market. Right now, we're at 1,800, so that's close to $2,000. So I know that the comments that I've heard have been positive, that this is a really good area to start off with. We do have to be really careful because, of course, we don't have a deep pocket. So we definitely would love to hear from the developers, but we'd have to be really cautious not to, because developers would love to have a lot more, and we just listen to them and see what else they would recommend. But again, on our end, we know that 1,800 does make a pretty good impact for them as well. But if your direction is for us to go back and talk with developers, we can definitely do that.
We're not going to give away the farm.
Sure,
absolutely.
We did have some input from developers, unofficially, of course. We have a developer in our staff, in fact, Steve Diaz. He builds homes for us. Galilee CDC is a developer. They gave some input. So
they also get government funds on top of it, right? So, you're talking about, what we're really talking about as well are people who do this.
Sure, and we do talk to them. We have dialogue with them often, so we're not completely in the dark. So we do have some basis for this recommendation, but we can certainly go back, and we will. We'll go back and
I think it's a great beginning.
Formalize this a little bit. We'll formalize it, then come back to you with their input and see if this thing changes. It may not change, but it may.
Because if you have someone who's going to put in 50 infill homes.
Go ahead. I'll talk after you.
Go ahead.
We're looking for everyone we put in, we're going to get $3,500 in taxes come back. So it's basically
Forever.
a 2-year payout for this, and it comes in. If you're capping it at $9,000, you can only put in 4 of these. You've got no more than 8 units, but if you capped it at $9,000 per applicant, if you got a developer, are we going to develop, or are we going to say you can have a little bit? So I'm with the mayor. I'd say if we're going to open up, be aggressive with it, let's go aggressive with it. And get you some builders to talk to, because I think some people would take this and do a lot more development in some areas that would affect all of us significantly.
With that in mind, how do you propose to fund this program?
Let me stop a minute, and Tommy wanted to make some comments, and once he talks in, we'll talk about that.
Bob, do you prefer guidelines from the council? Since this is a brand-new program, I am wondering if the flexibility with just a dollar amount for you all, maybe to start with something, and if that doesn't work, maybe you have to add some to it. Do you prefer that we give you some limits on these things, or would it be better for us to say, here's the money you have, you got to use it wisely, but then you all have the ability to deal with that as you move through the program?
I'm very comfortable with you giving us a number and us working with that number.
If somebody wants to put in 75 new homes in one area,
absolutely,
and that's 3 different builders. Okay, so divide 75 by 3, it's 25 each.
Mayor, we do
25 times 2 is 50,000. You start doing the numbers, because you either want development in infill or you just want to play with the idea. And I say the following, to Tom's point, you get $1,800 that costs you that this year only. That house is built, you get property tax on it today, next year, the next year, the next year, the next year. and then the next year, and then the next decade, and then the next decade. That $1,800 is so small per unit for the life of that property and the property tax dollars that the city's going to get. You cap it at $9,000 per applicant per year, you're not really talking about an aggressive infill program, as Tom said. So, and there aren't many people up there doing infill. So, and I'm not, maybe there's 20 more people who want to do infill, but that's not what it's looking like. And I just say, we want to grow the property tax base. Infill brings us zero or close to zero. And my biggest challenge on this is the capped at $9,000 per applicant, because the city over 3 decades will benefit aggressively from the 6 decades that that property has been empty.
We were very conservative because we weren't quite sure how much funds
How
are
we're gonna
available.
pay for that.
And that's depending on the cost, we could certainly design a program that would be very aggressive. Again, we give $50,000 per unit sometimes, depending on through our program. So it kind of depends. We can certainly do that. $1,800 came from the cost of a water and sewer tap, so that was an easy delineation, an easy capture. So that's why we came up with that number. That's
Jane,
again,
what
it
does
was
it cost to
arbitrary.
put in 1,000 feet of water and sewer? Or Allison, she's my lady.
Glad you're here, Allison.
Poor
She's
Allison,
supposed to
I've
be
had
gone.
called on her so many times today, and it's like, it's not my job,
doesn't wanna
Brenda. I
be
don't do
anywhere
that.
else.
She's supposed to be in San Antonio.
She's supposed to be in
Oh,
San
she
Antonio. Yes,
is?
ma'am. And she hung around.
I've been
So
trying to tell her to leave, just got.
We could've called
Your
you.
question was how much water and sewer line would be? Rough estimates would be about $60 a foot for 6-inch water line, $80 a foot for 8-inch. Fire hydrants, you add that cost, engineering costs, those type of things.
If we're talking infill, that infrastructure's already there.
that's
Not
correct.
in some
Yes,
areas.
I was about to say infill,
not
there's,
in
I
the
think, 2 different
big
types of
red
infill.
Well,
There's a
some of
lot
it-
of vacant
yeah.
lots that we have water and sewer infrastructure in place, ready to go. What is not there is the tap to the lot line itself. So we are servicing water and sewer in that area. There could be 2 homes on either side. And so they just need the taps to get it to that property.
Well, in some cases, it's water but not sewer, which are several examples of that.
A lot of it's on septic.
And so then all of a sudden you have to put in sewer. And then the other issue is the following, is that you then have an existing 6-inch water line, and because you're expanding, you got to take it up to 8-inch. And so then you've got the increase on the next 3,000 feet at 8-inch. So, I mean, it's not just simply it's there.
But a lot of that would be really maintained around these large red areas, not the yellow portion with the red empty lots in, because the majority of that will just need what Allison said, from the main line to the trunk of the property line.
You should talk to some of them up there, because I think you'll find that that's not what they tell you.
Mayor, I guess what we do need to make sure we do is we truly define what our expectations of infill really is, because I know what Lane is trying to talk about is there's going to be some vacant lots already within a neighborhood where all that services are on there, but we have developers who are talking about developing bigger portions of land. So on our end, really, we need to make sure that we define exactly what that infill will be, because if we're going to incentivize it, we need to know exactly what we're incentivizing as well. So
There's a few acres within a neighborhood that's not going to have the lines there for it. But also, my 2 cents on that is if we're going to do this, we need to have an incentivized program to where it knocks off enough to where, $5,000 can be a tremendous help on financing. So if it's a $45,000 home, not a $50,000, someone lacking that
That's
much.
$45,000 income. They're talking about $150,000, $160,000 homes. Yeah.
Did I say 45?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we know
There
what
was a
you're
one
saying.
before that in my
Yeah.
head. $145,000 home and $150,000, the bank's gonna say, okay, that might be the breaking point. $1,800 might be conservative, like you said, but
Yeah, we
we
came
can
up
play
with
with
that
it.
based on the cost stuff.
Main thing is how we're gonna
Certainly
fund it,
change
like
that.
Mike said.
everybody's very supportive of the program. It is just a question of how aggressive do you want to be, and how do we want to fund it? One of the options for funding is this excess sales tax that we've been talking about for streets and potholes at the end of the year, create a one-time pool of money and see how the program goes.
You wait and, wait and see is a nice idea, but I think we either have a program or I don't know.
Well, we would have a program,
We do
but
need to have a
it wouldn't necessarily be built into the original budget. And so the question is, Mayor, tell us what you would like for a cap.
What I think you need to do is get with the builders, have a meeting with them, talk about what the expectation is in terms of what development could possibly happen in the next 12 months to 18 months, and look at what that means to us. We're, again, as I say, several of the people that are up there developing are looking at 50 and 60 homes. Yes.
I thought infill was actually 1 or 2 homes on a block that's already got water and sewer on it, and all you're doing is looking at putting taps in.
No, infill is also where you're in an area that you might have a 4-block area within the midst of that neighborhood that has not been developed.
That wasn't my understanding of what infill was when.
But that's what's going on, let me tell you.
And that's what I was trying to say, is that we need to make sure that we know what our expectations are.
That makes a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely.
A huge difference in how we want to approach this program.
We've got plenty of inventory questions to fill out, and this is just a discussion, right? So we're not voting on it.
No discussion. We're just discussing right now. This is a discussion point where a little bit of guidance to go forward and come up with a different program design.
It's a great beginning, and I give you all credit for getting this far on it, and we're so glad it's being brought before us and opening up the conversation because it needs to be done. But I'd really like you to get more input and come back at the next city council meeting, that first week in September, for us with a more formalized presentation based off of input. And that would be great.
John James is going to work the regulatory side. One of the other aspects of infill is an appropriate regulatory environment, and he is going to meet with his development task force. It would make sense for us to present at that same meeting and get that same group to talk to us.
Great.
Can we time our return to council around that?
Well, it depends on when that meeting is, Michael, because I really want this to come back to us the first week in September, because I think this is a major, major opportunity. And so I would suggest you call if you need to.
John, your meeting's tomorrow morning, did you say?
We're good then, Mayor.
We're good. Yay. Okay,
One other
fantastic.
question. Would council still be considering staying in the target areas?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because that's your.
That is.
Yeah, okay.
It's already established.
Well, Mayor,
Perfect. Yes, ma'am?
if you're talking about a builder building 75 units, wouldn't it have to be outside of that target
Well,
area?
they're not all on one block, Billy. They're not all on one area. They could be taking a 50-block area and doing 2 houses per block, for example. See what I mean?
Okay.
They're not all like this,
okay.
like
Not
if you go out to
developing 10
Bentwood
acres.
and do a big thing. There could be 3 houses on 49th Street. There could be 3 houses on 36th Street, 2 houses, because they're buying individual lots within blocks. So there's not a block of land, if you will, even though that might look like it. There's not a block of land that says, I'm going to put 75 homes there. They're spotted throughout that area. So they're piecemealed. And that's the reason it becomes expensive, because you're doing this up here, then you're doing this down here, and then 2 blocks over, you're doing 2 over there. It's not like you get to do 3 blocks in a row linear. And that's the difference. So even though that looks like you could do it, you can't.
So the probability of having taps in that area are very high.
Yes.
Okay.
And we'll try to avoid sticker shock.
Yeah.
Back to you.
Well, within reason, we understand, but as I repeat, would you not rather have a property tax for 3 decades down the road that continue with the 6 decades of 0 property tax on those lots?
Roger that.
Plus, we're in dire need of housing around here.
And we're in dire need of housing, so it fits really a strategic plan here. Thank you very much for the work.
Thanks, Bob.
That weighs high enough, like the percentage of return. Is that-
They've been empty
Ending.
for 60 years. Oh, whoops, and I'm throwing my pen around, sorry. You almost got stabbed. Sorry.
Saw it, Lucy. She threw it at you.
Okay, so we will move on to the item I, and that is first public hearing of the property tax rate for the city of San Angelo for the 2019 tax year. Tina?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor. Tina Deersey, Director of Finance, and that is not the slide that I was looking for. That is the one that is showing. So I don't have my slides up just yet, but this is this item is the first public hearing on the property tax rate for the tax year 2019. Of course, we discussed at a previous meeting, we took a record vote to keep the tax rate at the same amount of 0.776 per $100 valuation. And we are required to publish the property tax rate, the effective tax rate, the effective M&O tax rate, the rollback tax rate, and the debt tax rate in a public forum prior to adopting the tax rate for the next year's budget. So I'm not sure.
They're working on
Brian,
it.
I think Brian's working on getting the slides up so that you can actually see that in front of you. But I'll read them off for you. The property tax rate, of course, is the 0.776 per $100 valuation. The effective tax rate is 0.7503 per $100 valuation. And that is the amount of, that is the rate that you would have to charge to raise the exact same amount of revenue on new properties.
And that number's what?
0.7503. And that's the effective tax rate. The effective M&O tax rate is 0.6587, M&O meaning for maintenance and operation as opposed to debt service. The rollback tax rate, which is 0.8047 per $100 valuation, is what would be capped at the 8% over what we charged last year, basically. And then, of course, the debt tax.
Say that again?
The rollback rate is capped at 8% before it could trigger an election. Oh, here we go. Now you have it in front of you. Thank you, Brian. So this here is the rollback tax rate, and that's the one that, under current year regulations, cannot exceed 8%, or it can trigger an election of the voters. But of course, we're not increasing our tax rate, so it doesn't affect us, but we are required to publish it. And then, of course, the debt tax rate is at 0.0936 per $100 valuation, and that's the amount that we set aside for our debt service fund to fund things like debt issues for streets and things like that.
My question is, why are we having this first public hearing of the property tax rate before we as a council have been presented with the general fund information for this 1920 budget? Because it would seem to me we need to understand what's going on in the general fund and the amount of total new property dollars being added to the tax rolls, so we have a better understanding of the big picture before we sign off on a rate.
And it's my understanding, and I don't know, Teresa can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that we are required as a municipality to adopt a tax rate before we can adopt a budget.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that we wouldn't have a general fund presentation, right? I mean, obviously this tax rate is meant to be a key component to the total number of dollars that would be brought in based off of the property tax dollars to fund the general fund.
Yes, ma'am.
And since
And I
we
guess
don't.
what you're speaking to the timing of the actual budget workshop for the general
Yes.
fund?
Yeah, because to me, the general fund workshop should have come way before this conversation, so we would better understand what it is we're talking about. But we're being asked, and we did say, okay, 0.7760, but knowing that and knowing there's a lot of new property that will be put on the tax rolls, we don't even know how big that is or how much more dollars that's bringing to the table,
Sure,
et cetera. And it just seems like we're being asked to vote on something. And maybe this is a public hearing and maybe we're not voting on anything, but it's voting at a time period when we don't have a full deck of cards in terms of what the budget is going to look like.
Didn't we get a
if I may-
presentation that showed there was an increase of a certain amount, 1.3 million or something like that?
That was the sales.
businesses?
No, sales
Yes.
tax.
This
This is
will
property
raise
tax.
property taxes of $1.3 million more than what we raised last year. You're
1.3
correct.
million.
That was in your background, yes, ma'am.
Oh, but I mean, this is the public
So
hearing.
this is a public hearing, and then we come back on September 4th, we changed the days, it's the 4th, and the first and second meetings in September will come back with your property tax rate, and that will be after the general fund workshop. So this public hearing is to give the public a notice that we've had a record vote at .776, but we can always decrease from there if the council chooses to do so. We just cannot increase after that point.
So there's still
We'll
an
have the general fund workshop next week, and then we'll have 2 more readings on the tax rate in September.
But the $1.3 million that's in the packet that's not, the public's not aware of, that's increased property tax dollars, not increased property tax valuations on new property.
It's a combination of both.
Can you split
Some
those?
increased valuations and some, let's see, I have $405,140 is tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax roll. So the remainder would be increased valuations.
About 900.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
unless I'm mistaken, the objective here is to have a public discussion, a discussion in public about what these various rates are. And the key is that rollback rate. People focus a lot on that rollback rate. So
You want
if
to
there are
describe
people,
why?
Pardon me?
You want to tell everybody why?
Because if we approve a rate in excess of that, that could be subject to an election, which might result in the rate being rolled back. And that's an item of interest to councils as they consider rates. Generally, they want to have the security of passing a rate and it sticking. If they go above that rollback rate, then there's some risk there, and it gets attention. And so we can only guess what the state's objective is for this activity, but we suspect that it is to make the public aware of what these various rates are that you will be considering as you develop that budget. I don't think you're being asked to make a decision today, just to make the public aware of
That's
some
good
of this
enough.
preliminary information.
Good enough. Just wanting to make sure that we have a full package before we get too far down the road.
And again, as I mentioned earlier, we will bring this back on September 4th with the proposed budget and tax levy, and of course, the adoption of the budget and the final tax levy ordinances on September 17th.
Everybody nod? We're good? We're not asleep yet.
We're pretty close.
Okay. Then, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
J is a first public hearing and introduction of an ordinance amending the budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2018, and ending September 30th, 2019 for reimbursed expenses, grants, and update the number of authorized full-time equivalent positions.
Okay, so this budget amendment is for 4 different items. The first one is the U.S. Custom Projects that has been approved by both the Development Corporation and the City Council in the amount of $1.1 million. The reason it's requiring a budget amendment is that it will come out of the fund balance on the economic development side of the Development Corporation.
See, Billy, we are doing fund balance.
And this next one is also coming out of the fund balance for the economic development side of the Development Corporation, and it is to fund the remaining 3 years of the Chadburn Street project. So far, they've funded years 1 and 2 out of a 5-year commitment of $750,000 per year for 5 years. So this is the remainder. It will be in a line item for the project within their budget starting this next fiscal year. We do need a budget amendment to increase our hotel occupancy tax revenue in order to fund our obligations to the San Angelo Cultural Affairs Council and the civic events. That is because they are both still on percentage-based revenues or receipts during this current fiscal year, and because we budget revenue at a static amount. When we exceed that revenue budget in the hotel occupancy tax fund, then we obviously also exceed the budget for those two obligations.
Why would we not wait till we get through the rest of the year, September 30th, since we're in that fourth quarter? So instead of doing it now and then doing, I guess, because the next one would be in the October time period and be, okay.
We're running out of time this
Yeah,
fiscal year,
okay.
yes, ma'am. So we projected what we expect based on what we received last year in September and projected out kind of based on that to cover so that we don't run the risk of the fund, the entire fund going over budget.
Okay.
And this is for the roofs at Fort Concho. You had previously approved an amount of $125,083 within the state office building fund, hotel occupancy tax in the amount of $703,709 from that fund balance in the hotel occupancy tax fund. And then the remainder is just actually budgeting for those expenses within the fund, the Fort Concho fund. Okay, and that's all I have for the budget amendment. If anyone has any questions?
Do I have questions from council? No questions from council?
Is that
To
on?
approve.
I do,
Lane,
I
go
do want to
ahead.
mention one more thing. Pardon
Sure.
me, Mayor, I'm sorry. We did, if you recall in the caption, we are also bringing to your attention that we will be adding a full-time equivalent to our budget ordinance, and that is for the position that we're adding for KSAB. So
Now
it
what?
will-
Go back on that. Wait a minute.
An
Wait.
FTE, which is a full-time equivalent, basically another position will be added to our budget ordinance because we will have to hire someone internally initially for the first 3 years of KSAB, Keep San Angelo Beautiful. So in order to fill that position, we have to increase our total number of positions for that staffing. Does that make sense?
So the nonprofit doesn't raise money to fund the executive director?
So if you'll recall, for the first 3 years, the city agreed to fund that program, and then it's meant to generate enough donations and in-kind support to support itself after that time period. So for that 3 years, we'll need that position
At the
to
end
be
of
able
the
to
3
fill
years,
it.
that position will go away?
Yes, ma'am. That's my understanding.
Off the city's books.
Off the city's
city's
books, right.
Yeah, that's what I
It's
mean.
the seed money,
Yeah,
correct.
Yes.
yeah. All right. You want to amend your motion to include that as well? Is that what you're needing?
To approve.
Yeah, so, and a second? Tommy has a second on it. Any public comment? With no public comment, we'll take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. With none opposed, motion passes 7-0. The last item is K on the regular agenda, which is an update on sales tax revenue performance.
Yes, ma'am, and for the month of August, compared with prior year, we are up 5.74% for sales tax revenue and over budget year-to-date by just over $1.3 million. And here is a picture of how your sales tax by industry performed in the month of August compared with the prior year.
Tina, you had another slide in our packet that was by
cities.
month.
And also by city.
Right, and I just observed that in February, it seemed like the sales tax went up, and I just wondered what happens in February? You know, in 2018,
Stock show, thank you, Tom.
is that what it, okay.
Well, actually,
Okay.
I know, actually, the revenue.
Sorry, I could not
Remember, rodeo's going on. Billy, when you go drink a beer?
The actual
When you go have a
receipts.
beer?
I was asleep.
I'm hurt.
The actual
Sorry,
receipts
Tom.
that we receive in February actually related to the month of December, sales in the month of December, so it would be related to probably Christmas.
It's 2
months
months delay,
delay.
so it makes us think that. And Tom's
So
taking
y'all
credit
just made
for
me
it.
feel bad about Tom on purpose.
You be the only one, all right?
Yes, but this, one by city, so the slide that shows Midland, Odessa, and Abilene, and,
So that is a chart that we put in to your sales tax memo that I don't have up here on the
Just read it.
PowerPoint, but okay. So Abilene was down 1.06% in August. Midland was up 6.05%. Odessa up 3.62%, and Wichita Falls up 2.37%.
so, and I have her read those because we're getting ready to go into the next workshop. And just to remind everybody, cities like Odessa and Midland were picking up 40 and 50% a year ago. You just heard their numbers. And so we need to make sure that we take that into consideration when we make our plans for our budget, because the sales tax increases are not double-digit anymore from some of the largest cities hit by the Permian Basin. So we need to anticipate that in our budgeting. We will be hit. And Harry?
In light of the fact is that we'd have sales tax up over budget this year, I would like for us to take a serious look at what we can do to increase the number of potholes that we can fill this particular go-round. I think that's probably one of the greatest phone calls that each of us up here get every day. And I know Shane's making a lot of progress with his crews right now, but I can guarantee you any help that we can get will help these streets.
We have always discussed that the increase in sales tax revenue over budget would go to street infrastructure. So it is certainly, we talked about last city council meeting, taking a look at the Benedetti money that we're going to get back from trading it in, and looking at some, give me the words. Yes, but the two words, mill and overlay, and buying equipment to start doing some mill and overlay in the city to help reduce some of the costs needed and hopefully make a lot more progress. So,
Well, and then too, Mayor, I think that Patrick let us know that they were having an issue getting materials.
That's correct.
I mean, we had so many potholes, so I don't think it's that the effort is not there. It's
correct.
just, we can't get the materials because we're, I think, doing the best we can, so.
thank you very much. And with that, we are going to move, I almost closed this off, but with that, we're going to move into number 9, our follow-up and administrative issues. So there's no announcements to make from items discussed in the closed session. And B, any announcements in consideration of future agenda items? Are there any? With none, I'm going to ask for a motion for adjournment.
Mayor.
We adjourn.
And yes, ma'am.
Could we just remind everyone in the public that our next regular meeting will be on a Wednesday? We moved that because of the Labor Day holiday. So for all the public out there, our next regular meeting is Wednesday, September 4th.
Thank you very much for that.
Didn't remember that?
And with that, we
We
didn't take a
adjourn.
vote. We voted. Take a vote.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. 7-0 ayes. Yo.